So go ahead.
All right. Yeah, I said long before now, I used to like consider online class like a boring stuff. But with this, like I've fallen in love with online class, considering the simplicity of the teaching methods, you just communicate without stress. We communicate and we just understand straight up. It has been awesome. It has been wonderful. Like in fact, my confidence level has been boosted. In fact, the class has been interesting. It has been an interesting one. It has been an interesting one. In fact, it actually surpasses my expectation because initially I was like, how do I cope with this online class? Am I even going to learn this SQL in total? But with the way you've been delivering the lectures, it has been awesome. It has been wowing. So I really, that is what I want to say.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Dan. Thank you,
Mhm.
Mr. Titi, can you go? Can you please take your comments again, please? Thank you.
So for me, the class has been great. It has been wonderful. This is the first time I would take a certification and I would know what I want to do with it. Like I can see the future very clearly. It's like I already have major plans in my head, and I know that I'm not trying to. Even when I miss classes, I know that yes, I can always go back to my videos. I actually feel like doing my assignments, and that's a lot for me because
Awesome.
like the class has been perfect. Like you've made us feel like we can see you physically, and that is better than any other certification I've done so far.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I really appreciate your comments. Mr. Allowance, Mr. Lucky, Mr. Lekon, Madam Lydia, Mr. Shola, Mr. Davidson. Who else is there? Please, can I get your comments in 30 seconds, please, each?
Hello, sir.
Yeah, Mr. Shin.
Yes,
Hello.
Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson,
Yes.
go ahead.
Good afternoon.
Yes. Good afternoon.
I'm actually eating, but I think I can pause.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Well, I don't have much to say, but you need to identify with this. The only thing I gain coming to NIT is meeting you.
Oh.
Yes.
Thank you.
That is all
Thank
I can
you.
say.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
You are welcome.
Okay. Mr. Allowance, wanted to say something.
Hello, sir. Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir. And good afternoon, everyone. Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. 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 Before I started this training, I was thinking as 6 weeks. I mean, you said 6 weeks we are going to use in running this training. I say, how much am I going to gain in that 6 weeks in SQL? But I discovered that now you have given us so much. You have given your time to prepare us the basics and even some advanced method like the one you are talking about today, talking about the management aspect. That one is another level. I learned that. So we are grateful. We thank God, and I continue to wish you a brighter future, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Allowance. Thank you. Who else? Who else? Mr. Lekon, I'm waiting to hear from you. Mr. Lucky, I'm waiting to hear from you. Please, our guest is here, so we don't have time anymore. Our guest is actually in class with us already. But I want us to finish this before we introduce her. Mr. Shola, please.
Hello, boss.
Yes, boss.
Boss, sorry.
Yes,
Sorry,
I can hear you.
an important call came into and took me away. What are we discussing? Sorry. Sorry, I
Yeah, we're
missed
just
it all.
giving feedback on the training, how it has affected you. Do you think that your expectation was met? Do you think we delivered on the promise we made?
Boss, for real. I would say you've done more than even expected. But for me personally, I've not really. You and I will know where I stand presently. So, but from all the classes I've joined and some of the videos I've gone through, awesome. You've done awesome, seriously, and I'm recommending you seriously.
Thank you.
This for me. My name is Olaliko, and how to best describe this? Because actually, thought I did some personal trainings before, but it wasn't as clear as when everything seems to be much more clearer. There's a difference between when somebody is gifted. I think apart from you having the skill, like this thing in out, your delivery is, I feel it's what you are meant to do, and you are actually impacting life in ways that you cannot even imagine. For me, immensely, the things I thought I knew before, I've known way, way, way better now, and I can proudly say that I am blessed to be part of this. I know this Avita is going places, and I know that I recommend it to anyone who wants to start anything. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Who else wants to do that? Wants to give a comment? This is 301. Mr.
Hello,
Shola.
Mr.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Shion. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, my boss. Sincerely speaking, you've been wonderful. I wish I knew you earlier than this. Probably, maybe I would have taken my my Oracle, because I actually did Oracle with Karos
Wow.
far back 2024.
Wow.
So and I couldn't make
we're not in the same class.
Is that Madam Mayowa?
So yes.
Wow. so
I couldn't make use of it at all. And now that we've been able to put some light into some things for me, so I find it so easy now, so easy for me to actually go back into it and also move on. And I hope finishing this course now, I hope it won't put an end to our relationship. Because I actually feel like, okay, there are more for me to learn from you. And I believe that with your knowledge so far, what you have passed across to everybody, and based on the comment that I've had from people, we've all gained a whole lot from you. So I appreciate you, and I thank you so much. And I wish that we can continue more and more and do more better things in life. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. There's more to come. Don't worry. I'll fill you in as we proceed. There's more to come. Like I said, our goal is to turn ordinary men to mere giants, or to giants in tech, right? That's my goal. I've been doing this for a while now, and don't worry. There's more to come. Don't let me say plenty now. I just want to hear from people. Madam Mayawa, I want to hear from you. If you are just joining us, we just hold on, please. If you're just joining us, we're just taking comments on how the training has impacted you, if you think we delivered on our promise that we gave to you, and all of that. So in just 30 seconds, please. Let's hear from you, Madam Mayowa.
Okay. My expectations were actually exceeded. Right now, I can say boldly that I'm flying without wings. What I mean is that I've done SQL before, and the truth is I didn't know jack. It wasn't like they didn't teach it properly, but then I shall know that I didn't know anything. But right now, like I said, I'll make you proud.
Yeah, you mentioned. I'm happy. I'm happy. Who else is there? Madam Omoni, can we hear from you? Is she there?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, ma.
Okay, I just want to appreciate you for the encouragement you always give me towards being a tech person, coming from a totally non-tech field to someone who is gaining experience at it and knowledge at it. I would just appreciate you for that. And the way you deliver your classes also, they are filled with passion. You make sure your students understand whatever concept you're trying to drive home, and the time you spend, the efforts you put at it, it's worth it. I'm glad I joined the call, and I'm hopeful that in the future I'll be able to turn out to be someone who is doing exploits in this field. All thanks to you and NIIT too. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, this is not NIIT. This is Avita, right? Well, you're welcome. You're welcome. This is out of the staples of Avita. Mr. Lucky, yes, you're raising your hand, please. Please go ahead.
Station words of encouragement from me is do not let anything, any pain to deter the work you started.
right.
I see you not just going places but taking people along.
Yeah.
Yes, because I must confess that when you mentioned that the SQL training was going to be strictly online, I was like, I've not really done this, like everything from beginning to end. How am I going to cope? But the way you handled it and everything, you made it seamless and even more interesting. If I tell you, because it was because of this Avita experience, this experience from SQL, I started finding that, okay, should we take the data analysis class to online? To God who made me. The way you handled it, seriously. Kudos to you, boss. Keep it up. We are taking people to places.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm encouraged. Thank you so much. All right. Thank you. I'm really happy. I'm really honored to have these kinds of work from everybody. God bless you. Right? Okay. I'm going to introduce Elizabeth Babatunde, as she's going to help us introduce to us. Elizabeth Babatunde is our admin at Avita. She's actually the principal of the school or of our academy, right? So I'll be introducing. She's also my wife, of course. So she's the principal.
Finally,
of the school. She's a tech person. She's a product manager. She's a lawyer. She's a product manager. She's a business developer, and yes, she's also into tech. So she'll be introducing our guest speaker to us as we listen. Please, I want you to pay full attention, right? And then yes, you can ask questions as well. You can ask questions as you can ask our guest speaker questions. So we have less than 1 hour to do all of this so that we can go to class. So please, Elizabeth, you have the floor. Please go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
I hope you can hear me.
Madam. Yeah, loud and clear.
Good afternoon.
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
It's good to finally join the class. The plan was for me to also take this course, but well, it is what it is. Thank you so much for going through this amazing, interesting 6 weeks with us. Thank you for trusting us enough to commit your resources and time to learning all we are sharing. It's our hope that this would launch you into a very interesting field, the ever-growing field of technology. So this afternoon, we felt that rather than just end the program, it's one thing to teach people something, is another thing to ensure that they're able to use what you've taught them. So we felt it would be a good thing to have people who have spent quite some time in this field, who have used this technology that we're learning, to share with us what their experience is. If you recall, when you were filling the application form for the course, we had a section that covered what level you were in tech. And from the feedback we got of our registration sheets, we noticed that quite a number of us are beginners. So that's why we have someone here today to sort of give us our own experience, share some important points with us, and we all take it from there so that we have enough to start out. I myself did not come into the tech field until just a little over 2 years ago. And that's really exciting. For me, it was even a complete, somewhat complete career shift, because I trained as a lawyer, but now I work in legal tech. So I will just go on to introduce our speaker today. Please, I want to share my screen. Okay. I hope you can see my screen. Hello? No. Can you see my screen?
Yes. Yes, I can
Yes.
see it.
I can.
We can't see him. I can see the screen.
It's coming up.
Okay, it's coming up.
All right.
Okay. So today our speaker is Okpeyemi Idris. She's a friend and she's a genius. Let me put it that way. She's a genius. I mean, the best way to say it, like she's something else with tech, with different technologies that she works on. But I will just briefly share a profile with us. Okpeyemi Idris is a software engineer with over 3 years of industry experience. She develops enterprise applications with Java programming language and other programming tools. She is currently the Deputy Technical Lead of Product Innovation and Process Automation of Nigeria's leading legal tech company, Law Pavilion, where she builds applications for professionals and the entire legal ecosystem. To ensure a proper work-life balance, Okpeyemi, a highly creative person, is also a fashion designer and personal fashion stylist for a budding clientele through her personal brand, Tindra by Okpe. Today, I want us to welcome Ms. Okpe. I want us to open our minds to what she has to share with us and not hold back on the questions. Thank you so much, everybody. When she's done, I'll be back to just share a number of things with us before we continue with our class. Thank you. Please let's make welcome Ms. Okpeyemi Idris.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome, Okpe.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Shewa Kitububo. Thank you for this. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with every one of us that are here. Thank you very much. Like Elizabeth has clearly said, I'm a software developer. Okay.
Hello, can we see your face?
Oh,
you're just speaking my.
It is possible.
All right. This would like to.
This is my face. This is my face. My real face.
People, this is a legend, right? When I say legend, right? There are not plenty in Nigeria. When I give somebody the credit of legendary, I've been in this field way more than 13, 14 years, right? But Okpe is a legend in this field. So please, please, please let us pay attention to whatever she has to say. She's a legend. All right.
All right, thank you very much. I would like to share my screen now. Okay, I'm sure you can all see my screen now.
Yes, I can.
All right. All right. Once again, thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is Okpeyemi Idris, and I've been in the tech space professionally for over 3 years. But I started my career as a tech person in 2013. Yes, 2013 precisely, when I was still in school. Just a brief background. We were taught, I didn't even intend doing, okay, I did computer science, but I didn't intend doing computer science then because I just wanted to like go and study medicine like that. But however, as life is and as everything would go, I find myself studying computer science. And then I was like, okay, what can I make of this computer science? So one day I was in 100 level and then I went for what's it called now? A project defense of a 400 level student. And I saw that lady because the notion is that, as at then, the notion is that guys are the only ones in tech. Like that's just the main notion that, oh, if you want to be in tech, oh, you have to be a guy to be in tech, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, okay, I'm a lady. I can also do something because I like challenging myself a lot. So I saw the lady. She presented an application in an hospital management system. I didn't know if she was the one that developed the application, but with the way she presented it, I fell in love with it so much. And I was like, okay, they are teaching us something now. Why not just let me go and learn more? So I went to the library and I started learning. And then I started moving with guys that are also interested in tech. And then we started building applications, even if they're just like small things. And then going for IT, then I decided, okay, let me just expand or broaden my knowledge in tech. And here I am today as a Java developer. So can you guys hear me like clearly? I just wanted to I want to be sure.
Loud
Yes,
and
we can
clear.
hear you clearly. Loud and clear.
Yes, we can
Yes,
hear
we
you.
Yeah,
can.
it's clear. It's clear. It's clear.
All right. Okay, so entering the tech space as a newbie, what do you need to do? What do you need to know? Now, there are points of actions that I have here. The first one is why tech? What motivated you to give it a trial in the first place? What do you intend to achieve? How should you go about progressing in the tech space? Challenges you will face in the tech space. How to overcome those challenges and how to keep up with new technologies and not become obsolete or archaic. Now, before we even move on, this particular word, archaic, I heard this when I was interviewing at the current role I am right now at Law Pavilion. Then I thought I was actually a guru in Java development. So I went for an interview and then I told them this is what I can do. And the first thing I heard was that's archaic. I was like, wow, okay now. I need to up my game. This is just to tell you that like we need to constantly just upgrade ourselves if we want to continue to be in the tech space. Now, the first point of action, why tech? Why do you choose tech? Now, the first thing is that as a tech person, you can work on anything, like anything, and you can work anywhere. You can work on anything, you can work anywhere. Like we have seen now, COVID has made everything just like done on everybody that anybody can work from home, especially people that are in the tech space. I can be in Toronto and be working for a Nigeria company. I can be in Nigeria and be working for somebody that is in South Korea and the like. So I can work on any project. I can work from anywhere. Now, it is an opportunity for anyone. I might study computer science and learn programming. I might be a doctor and decide that I want to become a programmer. I can be an English person, a linguistic, and okay, I want to be a programmer. Then all I just have to do is to start learning. It is an opportunity for anyone, regardless of your field of study. Now, you are always at the cutting edge of technology, or like you are always at the cutting edge of technology. That's just it. When you learn tech, there's a possibility that you are vast with new things that are coming up. Either Google develops something for us, Microsoft, you are always there. You know about it firsthand because you are a tech person yourself. Now, technology can be applied in any field you can ever think of. Yes, we can see technology is used in the medicine, technology is used in engineering, business, social media, anything. Like you can just apply technology to any field. And lastly, there are wonderful benefits and good pay. I know for some people that's what motivates them, but in tech, there are wonderful benefits you can gain from being a tech person. So the next thing is okay, now the next one is what motivated you to give it a try in the first place. Now, one thing we need to understand is that because I am in tech, I should always have something that motivates me, because trust me, as tech might sound easy, it's actually somewhat difficult, and you need that motivation to keep you going. If you don't have that motivation, you just discover that, oh, I don't want to go again, and then you can just stop. So you need that constant motivation to keep you going, and that's what will ensure that, oh, you get to that goal or where you want to find yourself in. So you have to understand why you have decided to enter the tech space in the first place. Now, for me, I understood that, oh, that was the reason, what I shared with us earlier on, that I saw this lady and she presented so well, and I wanted to just like be a female developer, be a female software engineer in the tech space, and that's one of my motivation. So you have to define that motivation. Why am I here? You define it. It's something you have to define yourself. Someone cannot do that for you. You have to sit down and define that for yourself. Why did you choose tech in the first place? Yes, and it has to constantly do what? Be at the back of your mind every single day, like every now and then, so that when you face challenges, you don't just like back off or leave the tech space. Can we still hear me? Can I proceed?
Yes, we can hear you. Yes, we can hear you.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so the next thing is what you intend to achieve with that with being in the tech space, what do you want to achieve? After you have defined your motivation, what's the next thing? You need to set your goals, right? You need to set your goals. That's just purely the next thing. Because if you don't, that goal, aside from your motivation, that goal is going to be like a driver. Oh, this is exactly where I'm going to. So you have your motivation backing you behind, and you have your goal moving you forward that, okay, I need to attain this, I need to get to this place, I need to move forward. So to set those goals, you need to ask yourself these questions also. What aspect of tech do I really want to dive into? I know we've learned SQL, we are into data analysis. Even in data analysis, there are different segments to it. Do I want to analyze data for people in the business space? Do I want to analyze data for people in the tech space? Do I want to analyze data for politicians? There are so many places where we can apply data analysis into. So we need to like know that aspect of tech that we want to dive, so that we are not just going up and down, moving from here to another place without bearing or direction. So we need to understand what aspects of data analysis we want to do. So the next thing is, where do you see yourself in the next 3 months, in the next 6 months, in the next 1 year, in the next 5 years, in the next 10 years? Where do you see yourself? You need to set that goal. For me, I want to be a Google developer. I want to work for Google. So that's one of my one, like that goal that I have in front of me, and I have to achieve it. So by, okay, let's say, for like I said, I want to be a Google developer. So I need to set goals for myself for 3 months, 6 months, 1 year. So finally, I know I've achieved this point that I want to. So there are things that I need to have covered for me to become a Google developer, and I must have done this, I must have done this, I must have done that. So I have to set a timeline for them, and that's the goal. So I must have learned this technology in 3 months. In 6 months, I must have done this, I must have worked for this company, I must have done this before I finally say that, okay, oh, Google come and employ me, and then I start interviewing for Google. Okay, so the next one is how should you go about achieving your goals? Yes, it's easy to set goals. It's so easy. Like, you can dream big. I know every one of us, we are dreaming big. I want to earn over $1 million. We have that dreams at the back of our mind. It's easy for us to set goals, but achieving those goals is what is somewhat difficult for many of us. So how should you go about achieving your goals as a tech person in the tech space? The first thing you need to do is that you have to join communities of people that does the same thing as you do. So now you have to like go and look for communities online. I'm sure Mr. Shem must have put us through some of these communities that we can join online, communities that does data analysis, that, okay, when I join, if I have issues, I can reach out to someone in this community to help me out, and like that. And those communities are always friendly. Trust me, we have so many communities that help people grow. We have women tech makers, we have She Codes Africa, that's for female. We have so many other communities like that that can help us grow. Then you need to check out the skills. Like I said, I want to become a Google developer. And what are the skills that are required of me to become that Google developer? I need to check out those skills. I need to have them at the back of my mind that, you have to learn SQL before you can be a Google developer. You have to learn how to develop a front-end application. So I know that these are the skills that are required of me. Then I set my mind and I start achieving. These are going to be part of the goals that I'm setting, or the action point that I have to take for myself. Then after that, you need to look out for internship, because one thing is, like I said, I want to become a Google developer, and Google might not want to employ a complete novice that does not have industry experience. And for you to have it, even if you have not been employed yet, or even if you feel like, I can't contribute so much when I'm employed as a tech person, you can look out for internship. I'm very sure that so many companies want people that can intern with them. You can look out for internship where you can gain industry experience. So that way, you are not pressured to deliver so much quickly, but you're also learning. So you're learning and doing the little you can do at that particular point in time. You're gaining industry experience, so that at the end of the day, when you have that industry experience, you can now apply for your dream job. Next one is, you have to keep learning. Like, there's a saying that if you educated yesterday and you don't learn anything today, by tomorrow you'll be a complete illiterate. And in our ever-changing technological space, like I said the other time, that I was told that what I learned then was archaic. I had to like learn more. So you have to keep learning, constantly learn every day, so that you are not left behind. while others are moving forward, so that you're not left behind. The next thing you have to do is to find mentors. Like, mentors are people that can just guide you. They are already people that are in that space, so they can guide you and just tell you these are the things that you might need to do, advise you on things to do, and then you follow up. So next thing is you have to follow top tech people on social media, so you can see what they are achieving. Aside from having a mentor, you need to follow all these people, so you see what they are tweeting. What's this person tweeting today? Okay, you can even learn from their own experience by following those people on Twitter, on Instagram, and less. Then you can network too. Aside from following them, you can just reach out to somebody on LinkedIn. Okay, oh, this person is a data analyst now. Let me just reach out to this person. I'm also an upcoming data analyst. I want to, these are my goals, these are what I want to achieve. Is there anything I can just connect? I want to connect with you, so that in one way or the other you can share your ideas with me. And you don't know, you might be connecting to what's it called, Mark Zuckerberg on LinkedIn, or all these top tech people on LinkedIn, and from there, like, your network is your greatest asset, so you can just move forward from there. Now, having said all of this, there are challenges that you would face. Like, it's not a one-way thing. There are so many hurdles on the way, so many blockers on the way, and these are the challenges that you have to face, ups and downs. Like, the first thing is the fact that you face imposter syndrome. And what is imposter syndrome? Like, thinking that I cannot do this, so you're just, or maybe you got a job now and you're feeling like, am I even up to this task? Am I not just imposing as somebody that knows this thing? It's common, especially among developers or tech people. It's common. So you have to overcome it. You have to constantly remind yourself that I'm up to this task. I can do it 100%, and then giving your all. There was even an adage I said, there was even, not an adage. I went for a conference like that, and then one man was saying that someone brings a job to you, right? You don't know that thing, but you know you can do it. Take that job, take that pay, use that money to brace yourself up to learn and deliver for that person, so that you know that you can do it. It's something that you can do. So you don't just think that, I've learned this thing, can I even apply it? Well, I cannot do it, Jerry, let me be going. No, those are the challenges you have to face, but you have to overcome them. The next thing is debugging for long hours. Like, long hours, you sit down there, especially as developers, you might have written something now, or even in SQL, I wrote a particular query, an SQL query, select all from this, that, and then I'm running it and I'm seeing, what's it called, error near line, or near this, and then I have to debug it. I have to understand where the error is coming from. I have to understand what it is. So, like, you have to face long hours of debugging, and because you are debugging and it's taking time, does not mean you have to quit. You have to keep pushing forward, because you have your you have your goal in front, and you have your motivation at the back. Another thing is your code not running for days. In fact, I've written something now, and then at the end of the day, tomorrow you find out that it's not working again. Hey, you just, what is wrong? What is wrong with this code? Why is this SQL not running again? Is it the server that is down? Is it this? You have long hours of, like, long days of your code not running, but you have to look into it and see how you can provide solutions. And when you find out that you cannot do this thing, you can just, like, reach out to someone that knows. That's the essence of your network, the essence of your mentor, the essence of your community. You can ask questions on how to go about those things. Then one thing I added there is questioning your career and life. Like, it's common among programmers. You just be like, why am I here? What is my life all about? I am doing this thing, is not working. You can just keep ranting off at that. Why is this thing here like this? This thing is not working. Am I even sure I'm doing the right thing with my life? Like, yeah, I question my career a lot, but just like, for a moment of time, maybe when my code is not running or I'm debugging for longer, okay, why am I even doing this? But at the end of the day, my goal is there, my motivation is at my back, so I just keep moving forward. Then the next thing is burnout. That's like the last challenge I wrote here. Burnout. You'd experience burnout a lot, especially when you're working on something for days, and then probably it's not even there yet, and you are being pressured to do something. You experience that burnout. But the key to overcoming burnout, you have to just take your time, maybe just rest. When you have that burnout, you can't do anything, you can't even be productive. The next thing you have to do is just to take a break from your work, and then maybe by walking up and down, strolling, doing something that makes you happy, you can even get ideas on how to solve your issues from there. So those are the challenges that you'd likely face as a program, as a data analyst. You have to face those challenges. Now, how to overcome these challenges? There's one thing I've noticed, that you have to celebrate your small wins, no matter how small it is. You celebrate it. Celebrate your small wins. Let's take, for example, now as a data analyst, someone that is working on SQL, I've been able to do select all from tables before, or select all from table A. Now I can do select all from table A where this column is equals to this. It's one step ahead. And now I've even graduated to doing inner join, outer join, left join. Let me celebrate, or just pop champagne. I can now do this, so hey, nobody can look down on me. So you celebrate those small wins, like it will keep you going, because when you I did something that I celebrated, then you know that okay, I'm progressing, I'm moving forward. Then aside from celebrating, you can document them, document your small wins. So this was the thing I was able to achieve. Then the next thing is talk to people about what you are working on. That's the essence of the communities you have to join and the people you have to network with. You talk to people about what you're working on. Oh, I'm working on this. Okay, I want to, there's this set of data that I have now. I need to create a relational database with it. I need to just put in those data into this data, into this table, into this database, and all of that. You have those data with you. You can talk to somebody about it, so that when you face a challenge, or when you don't even know, oh, I'm supposed to have normalized this table, that person can just into you on the things you need to do. Maybe you forgot to normalize the table before now. That person can just into you, please normalize this table. This table has to be here. Like, this is the configuration. You need to index your tables so that your database can be fast, or something like that. So when you talk to those people about it, they can help you. The next one is you can't work in isolation. Like I've said, that's like you have to join relevant communities. Those are one of the things you have to do to overcome your challenges. You cannot work in isolation. Nobody's an island of knowledge. You have to join several communities that would help you. Then don't be too hard on yourself. Allow yourself to make mistakes. Then learn from it. There are some of us that, because we are perfectionists, and then we dread failure. We don't even step out to do that thing, because we already thought that at the beginning we are going to fail on it, and then we are hard on ourselves. Or maybe when that failure now finally occur, hey, why did you do this? Well, this, that. So please don't be too hard on yourself. Just take it a step at a time. If you work on something and it's not working, take a step backward, learn from it. Oh, what did I do wrong here? Like the communities that you've joined now, you can just ask them questions. I did this. This is what is wrong. They can just point it out for you. Okay. Then you learn from it and you move forward. Don't be too hard on yourself. Then the last thing I forgot to add here is the fact that you don't compare yourself to anybody. There are some people that have been in the tech space for years. They've learned so many things and they've gotten there. And for somebody like me, I'm just coming into the tech space, I'm just looking at them. I want to be like this person in the next 2 months. It's not going to be possible, because that person has worked. So you cannot compare yourself to somebody else, but you can. It's good for you to compare yourself where you are right now to where you are coming from. So that's going to give you a sense of what's achievements, that before I could not even create a database, but now I can create a database. I can do inner joins, I can do outer joins. I can, like, if I see this data now, I know how to create tables for it and how to analyze it. Yes, you can do those comparisons, and then to make you move forward. But don't compare yourself to other person. You can see them and make them as your source of motivation. Oh, I want to be like this guy. But learn to study what they have done, read about them, what they've worked on, so that one can also motivate you in moving forward. Then lastly, how to keep up with new technologies and not becoming obsolete or archaic. It's still almost like the same thing I've been saying. You have to join communities. When there's let's say, for example, now I'm working on MySQL. You join community on MySQL on Twitter. So when MySQL releases something new, you are the first person to know about it. And they're going to even tell you the changes that are there. Then you try it out. When this does this, you are like, because you're in that community, you know about the new things that are coming up. So you are not obsolete. You are keeping yourself abreast with the new things that are coming up, like that. Then try out new things. You need to try out new things. That's the way you can learn and move forward. You cannot just sit down. Like in our tech space, you cannot afford to sit down on old glory. Let's take, for example, you've been able to do so many things before in the past. and you think that that's all. No, you have to keep on trying new things so that you can keep up with new technologies. Then surround yourself with top developers in your field. Like I've said, you follow them on Instagram, you follow them on Twitter, subscribe to their mailing list so that you can get emails. Then constantly update yourself. That's like learning new things every day. Like constantly update yourself and learn new things every day. So those are just like the things that can help us move forward, that can get us started as a newbie in this tech space. Like I said before, if I look back now at 2013, I'm not where I used to be. I am now in a much better space. Although I'm not where I want to be yet, but I'm happy that I've improved on myself, I've moved forward, and I'm doing great things. And then also my goal is still in front of me, so I have to achieve it. Then that will make me a better person and give me sense of fulfillment. I think that's everything I have for us today. I don't know if we can still hear me. I just like to hear that feedback.
We can hear you. You have been really, really awesome. Thank you, Ope. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Please don't go yet. We have questions. I want people to ask questions. This has to be interactive, right? We want to learn from Ope. She has given us a very concise approach for new entrants into tech. Yes, if you have questions, I'd like you to ask your questions. But I have a question for you, Okwe, and I'm asking this question based on behalf of my students, on behalf of everybody here. All right. So, like the guys on this call or in this class are actually data science students who they are learning. Some of them have actually done machine learning already with me. Some of them have done R already. Some of them are doing Python with me and all of that, right? And so they're from a school, right? And in the module there was no SQL, so we decided to do SQL out of school, right? I want you to iterate to us what is the importance of SQL to tech, to anybody in tech. How important is SQL? How important is SQL to what you do at Law Pavilion, as I think you are the chief technology or chief developer there at the moment. So how important is SQL to you, such that we can know how important this skill is? So I'd like you to answer that question.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Shion. SQL is it is very, very important. Okay, I'll first of all take it from the side of machine learning, because I think I've done a little bit of machine learning. And you need to get your data sets. And where would you store your data sets? You have to store your data sets in a database. If you want to do any analysis, the first thing is the data. Yes. Then the next thing is the management of the data. What can manage that data for you? And that is the point of SQL. SQL, you can now, okay, oh, this is the set of data I have, oh, then I put it into my tables and everything. And then from there, I can now start, because if you have a data set that is just plain, I've collected this from this person, this from this, and it's just there, and you don't have SQL to manage it, to help you get something, to just retrieve your information so easily for you, then that data, I can say that it's useless. So you have to put your data in, like SQL is so important in machine learning, it's so important in data analysis. Then in my space of work, SQL is like number one, because we have so many data that we deal with, and we store them in SQL database. And then from there, we retrieve them through our, what's it called, our statements, SQL statements, and we manipulate this data too. So SQL is very, very important. If we don't have our database, if we don't have our database in SQL, then I'm telling you, we don't have our complaint, because that's what lawyers feed on. They feed on our data, and that's like the bedrock of what's it called now, of our product. So SQL is very, very, very important.
All right. So to deduce from what you said, so SQL is very important. So which means that in your legal tech field, you guys work with SQL every day.
Yes, we do.
And if you are to extrapolate from what you have said, we can say that if we go to the fintech, They use SQL every day.
They use SQL every day.
If we go to medical management, they use SQL every day. If we go to student management, if we go to the oil and gas, go to every field, right? Use SQL.
Every field, yes, they do. They use SQL.
Awesome. All right. I don't want to take much of your time as well. People, if you have questions, please ask us so that we can release Madam Okwe to continue our beautiful Sunday. So if you have questions, we would like to take them now. We have less than 14, we have less than 19 minutes to finish this section. So if you have questions, please ask your questions. Just unmute yourself and ask your question, please.
So I want to ask questions, but not as regards SQL. I just want to know how to the process or out of it is to climb up the ladder. I work in the entertainment industry and I'm one of the top leading professionals there, and I know how hard it took me to get there because of my gender, of course, and I have to fight like 5 times harder. And now starting as a newbie in tech, I just want to know if the war is still the same and how it feels, or if it's just a welcoming community.
Okay.
All right. Madam Titi, I'm very sure you're a female now. Okay. So the tech industry has changed. Like, it has changed from what it used to be. Before now, we would see that it is only females that are dominating the tech industry, and then it's only male rather that are dominating the tech industry, and females have to work extra hard to get there. But now, like I can say, we have so many communities that are vested into ensuring that females, they climb the ladder in the technological space. If you watch Google I/O, or what's it called now? In fact, even companies now, when they are trying to hire you, they tend to tell you that, oh, we have this number of females in our company, we have this number of males just to ensure that to let you know that they are welcoming females, and it is not a difficult thing for females anymore to climb up the social ladder, to climb up the ladder in the tech career space. But as it is now, it is easy for a female to join. You can join so many communities. Like I said, you can join She Codes Africa community. You can join women tech makers. You can join women who code techno communities. Those are like communities that help females to like move up the ladder in the technological space. So it's not a war anymore. It's now something that is very easy. However, people in the top are still fighting more for us, but it's not like it used to be before. I hope that answered your question, Madam Titi.
Yeah, thank you. You're very helpful.
Okay, I also have a question.
Okay, yes, sir. Please, sir, go ahead.
Okay, I want to know, is it possible for one to be multidimensional in tech, like being a software engineer and also a data scientist?
Yes, it is possible. It is very much possible for you to be multidimensional in the tech space. Like, so many people now, they have different languages that they learn. Okay, like I am now, I'm a Java developer. I write enterprise application. Like I said earlier on, that I've delved into machine learning. I also have something that I want to do in machine learning. Then I'm also a mobile developer. I can develop mobile applications. So it just depends on your capacity and your capability, which is something that we need to continue to improve on. You can be a data scientist, you can be a software engineer. You can do so many things in the tech space at the same time. Yes, it's possible, very much possible.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. I have a question. Hello.
Hello, sir. Mr. Kechiku, I can hear you.
My name is Mr. Mr. Kechiku. Yeah. I want to get the clear picture of what who is a data analyst and then a data scientist, because I seems to be mixing two of them up. I don't know whether if you get my question.
Okay.
Oh, okay. I'm so sorry I went off. I know Mr. Shion can answer that question much better, but I would like to answer it in a way I can. So, as a data analyst now, you make use of existing data. You analyze existing data. And as a data scientist, there are people that can manipulate those data and then what's it called, bring in new data from existing data to be analyzed. So I don't know if that answered your question, but I know Mr. Shion will be able to like elaborate on what I've said.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I have a question. Okay.
Hello, sorry. I think, do you mind hold? I think he passed something to Mr. Chen so that Mr. Chen can, so that he doesn't forget.
All right. Okay.
No.
Okay, so
You are muted, Mr. Shion. You are muted.
Sorry. All right. Thank you. So a data scientist and a data analyst are like two sectors in the same field, right? Similarity between both of them is that they work with data, right? They are trying to get what the data is saying to us, right? They are trying to analyze data, get insight from data, and use that data to gain business insights, right? But the difference with them majorly is how they go about what they do, right? A data scientist is more on the upper cadre because this person uses algorithms to see what is happening in data. Why a data analyst has works with already made data, right? You talk about using already made data and tools, right? Another thing that differentiates them is the tools that they use, right? So you see a data analyst work with data and building data models with Excel, right? Or XPSS or SATA or Power BI, right? They have all of these already made tools that they can leverage on to analyze data. But then the in-depth analysis that they can do, or the kind of analysis they can do might not be as in-depth as what a data scientist can do, right? So on the flip side, a data scientist is somebody who can begin to employ the use of algorithms, right? So he begins to write software, so he begins to write programs around data such that it can see beyond what the data is even saying, right? So they can begin to develop stuff around the data, right, that can use or harness the data that they are working with presently beyond the level at which the data is even saying to them. So there's some sort of a researcher that looks at the data and looks beyond what the data can do. What is this data saying at the moment? What can this data become? What is this data telling us to do in the next phase? So in that, they begin to use languages like R, they use languages like Python, even JavaScript, even Java, right? To develop softwares, develop programs that they can use on this data, right? So, and then yes, they create more stable models than what data analysts do, right? So, but majorly they are both in the same field. And if you start as a data analyst, right, your goal is to grow into a data scientist. I've said this 1,000 times in class. Your goal is to move from a data analyst to a data scientist, right? So that basically is the difference between both of them. I hope that answers the question, Mr. Ikechukwu.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Any other question?
It's in fact,
My question, say, one question, Mr. Shion. Good afternoon.
Hello?
Okay.
Hold on, please.
I don't know, just the number has said it, but I'm sure. Hello?
I can hear you. We can hear you.
Do I continue?
Yes, please continue. Yes.
Do I continue?
Yes, please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you, Mr. Ikechukwu. Please go ahead. All right. Somebody else was trying to say something. Please go ahead. Mr. Ikechukwu seems to be off this line.
Okay, my question.
My question is.
Hello, I don't know if I should continue. I should stop.
Okay, Mr. Ikechukwu, you went off a little bit. Please go ahead. Please go ahead. His network is terrible. See, please, who is the person talking? Please just continue.
Okay,
Please,
Mrs.
if you want to talk, hello, if you want to talk, please just raise your hand so that we can know who wants to talk. And yeah, just use the hand raising button on your application to just raise your hand so that we can know, right? So that we don't have this commotion, right? Please continue, Madam Chokotade.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Koyemi, for the enlightenment. My question is as regards communities. Can you advise? We have different fields like medicine, entertainment, sales. Can you advise a community that is directed towards engineering?
Okay, engineering as a profession or software engineering?
With respect to tech space.
Okay, like I've said,
we're engineering.
Okay. I might not have that direct link or that what's it called, streamlined community for engineers in the tech space, but I know that from these broad communities, we have Google developers communities, we have like I've said, we have She Codes Africa, we have Women's Who Code, we have Women Tech Makers, we have some other communities like that. I think Microsoft also has their own communities. So I don't have that streamlined one for like people that are basically in the engineering field, but I know from all of these communities, you can get people that do exactly what you do and then can advise on maybe a much more smaller community that you can join.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
All right. Coordinator, please go ahead. Elizabeth, please go ahead.
Okay, I think we have 2 more hands up. This is Mrs. Omonigi.
She's the one who just spoke now.
Who just spoke? Okay.
Yeah.
So then we have Mr. Kolawole. I'm not too sure.
Yes, Mr. Kolawole.
Please, can we hear from you, sir? I would like us to quickly round this up. You have 1 minute, sir.
Mr. Kolawole, are you there?
Okay, I'm not sure you can hear us. Can we move to Morganetian?
All right, thank you very much. Okay, thank you, Madam Okwemi, for the enlightenment. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
Sean.
sir.
Thank you, Madam Elizabeth. Okay, I don't know. Since I started looking into tech, I've been seeing, and you also mentioned it today while talking, I've been seeing this when you are transitioning, that is, if you can opt in for internship. We are new in tech, and most of us, we have responsibilities already. So transitioning, I believe and I know that it's not easy in the sense that you are a fresher in tech. Most of these companies, they will not really want to look at your direction sometimes. So I don't know, how do we manage it if we want to transition via internship with responsibilities that we have already?
Okay, sir. If I get your question so well, you're trying to like transition into tech, then there's so many other responsibilities. Okay, it's really not going to be an easy one, and sometimes we'd have to trade off a lot of things, but definitely not our family and not our responsibilities. But transitioning into tech, the first step is to get at least to a certain level, to a certain extent, get your skill set ready. That's by learning. You need to have, and I'm very sure that's one of the reasons why we are here today. We need to get that our skill sets ready. We need to have that at least to an extent. Then we can now start seeing or applying for internship. Like you said, companies might not want to employ newbies, but I'm very sure for internship, it's much more easier for you to get an internship than to get an outright job as a newbie coming into tech. So we can always check online, okay, companies that are hiring interns, and then you have to prepare yourself on your interviews and then maybe some tests that they would have to take, because even though they are internship, they're not just going to take in anybody that is just coming. You have to have a certain number of skill sets before they can consider you. So you have to build in that skill set, and for you have to be on the lookout for companies that need interns. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay, so you have to look out for the companies that need interns too, and what their requirements are. So if you don't match up with that requirement at that moment, you can just quickly learn up something so that you can fit into the requirements, and then go for their internship, what's it called, interviews and tests, and then the employer. And like I said, also you can also link up with people on LinkedIn and explain yourself to them. So it might not be immediately, but when you have those network of people, they can reach out to you when they have internship open in their company or wherever it is that they work with. So
okay, thank you. Okay.
Hold on. To buttress that point, right? To buttress that on that point, I'll give for an example. One of my students at NIT, right? She came to me I think on Thursday, and said that she applied for internship to a foreign company, right? I think the name of the company is Sophie or something, and they're looking for a data analyst intern. And when I looked at the the requirement was pretty easy. They weren't asking for too much. And then when I looked at what they were trying to offer the intern, they were offering up to from $19,000 to $25,000 for internship, and it's remote, right? So I think also, which I usually encourage us to do, is that as much as we want to look locally, we can also look globally, right? Look for opportunities across the world, right? You never can tell. There's an opportunity for you out there, right? So she has passed the third stage. I think what's just left for her to do is do a recording. I think some people here would probably were actually in class with me that day. What she just needed is just do a recording where they meet her, probably see her face, hear a few things from her, and she'll meet with the top guys from the club, the tech guys, and yeah, she got the job. So you could look, and this is somebody who just got that from NYC, right? So female, right? So the opportunities are there, right? Just for us to be able to step out of our comfort zone and leave imposter syndrome behind, like Okpe mentioned, and yeah, chase these opportunities. So that's that about that.
All right, thank you, Mr. Shim. So the last question is Mayowa. Oh, he has dropped his hand.
Yeah,
Mayowa, can we hear from you?
Yes, I'm 30K. Okay. Okay,
Yes.
the question is not too far from what you just asked. Like, okay, like for instance, I'm not so much in that field. Yes, I do it partially, but not full time. I want to do it full time. How do I do this internship when I have full-time job? I tried looking out for space in my organization, and they said the only thing we can do for you is move you to that department. But if we move you to that department, we are not ready to train you. You are moving in at an experienced hire. So we cannot be spoon feeding you. So that means you really have to be experienced. Now, it means that I will not be able to really work to the full capacity because they have expectations of me. Now, I have their 24 hours job that takes me like maybe 7 times a week, and I barely have time to do other things. Now, how do I try to do this intern so that I'll be able to be a pro in the field?
Okay.
Okay, I'm here. It's kind of peculiar. Like I said, I don't know how I'm going to put this now. For us to get something, sometimes there would be a trade-off. Like you said, you have a 24-hour job that you're working on, and then you have minimum time. So if it is possible, if the internship you are trying to apply for, if they can take in someone as a part-time, then it can be on the first side for you to continue working and then doing the internship so that you can gain what's it called hands-on experience before moving into the dream company that you want. But you would have to create time. I don't know how, but that's just going to be the point. And if you don't mind switching completely, maybe when you get the internship and the internship role is going to be offering much more than what you currently have as your current job, you can decide to just transition completely so that you can have that and then move forward. So that's just my own opinion as regards that.
Okay.
Now, can I say something on that?
Okay. Who's that? Mr. Ikechukwu, right?
Yes.
Please go ahead.
Okay. Sorry, my line went off. I'm driving as I'm doing this now. Okay. So, yeah, what she said, I quite agree with that. But my own addition to that is that first, now what you do now is like an independent variable. So it gets you whatever you want, your cash, to take care of yourself, and then that and that. Now, these other ones, it is good. So you may know at what point that you may want to now switch up or cut off. If not now, but you are acquiring the knowledge and the skills and everything that you need gradually. So one doesn't need to stop. If something is not getting the person something now, it doesn't mean that it will not do that in the future. So it means that whatever the person is doing, he keep on accumulating it. Weekend, the person might do off something, meet, like she mentioned your mentor, and then explain one or two things, keep on perfecting. One day you will now say that maybe this one is much more better off than that. And then new experience, is a way. So you will now realize that you have already gotten some experience in whatever you are doing before, or it might even be this new one that might now be necessary, that might needed again in this your old one. So it will now work out.
All right.
Okay.
To finalize on that point, right, Madam Mayowa, I think you and I have had this discussion before, and this is what I think. There's internship and there's internship, right? So for people who have jobs like that, I usually advise that you do a partner internship for yourself. And what does that mean? You continue to learn, right? And you work on projects, right? Personal projects. Like, take for example, after this program, we're going to be doing a capstone project, right? That everybody has to do, right? So you leverage on that. You use that to learn, right? And then you give yourself a space of maybe 3 to 6 months. I've told you that all you just need to do, even though you do 24 hours of work, is look for at least 1 hour a day to be able to practice on your new skills, right? So you do 1 hour a day for under 2-3 months. That is about, you've probably garnered about 400 hours thereabout, right? And that alone goes a long way, such that when you are applying to any organization as an intern, it would not be a free intern. You can show that this is my creative CV. This is what I have done by myself. That way, you are going to be coming in not just as an intern, but as probably a junior dev or something, right? So it means that we don't have to sit on our hands and wait for that perfect situation to come, right? 1 hour a day on different projects, leveraging on what's happening there are several projects online, even apart from the capstone project we're going to be giving to you at Avita. You can look for projects online, develop them, put them online, keep them such that you can show and say that these are what I have done. That way, you are also interning, right, with yourself, and that will get you ready to an extent for opportunities that you're looking for. I hope that helps well.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Just to add to that, at the end of the day, really, what organizations want to see, even when they are saying, "Oh, come in as an intern, don't have any experience, we'll take you," they are still after that experience. It's just that you can choose to wait for that experience to fall into your lap, or you create the experience yourself, like Mr. Shema said. So it's important that you keep practicing. For instance, if you go out and learn a trade, or you learn maybe shoemaking or something, if you don't have the opportunity to practice at where you learned, if you don't take out time on your own to also learn it yourself by trying to make one shoe here, make your mistakes, correct it, and all of that, you won't have that experience that you want at the end of the day. And you cannot even confidently look for opportunities that people can now pay you for to use what you know. So you may need to really do some of that self-building or experiential, gaining the experiential knowledge on your own. Another thing that might also help is for you to join to go into the world of open source. What do I mean by open source? Is people who build these free applications, and they get people from all over the world to participate in that building process. So you need to look out for such open source communities within the data science space or data analytics space. So that's just what I wanted to add to that. Although you were the last question, I can see Mr. Ben.
After Mr. Ben would stop questions so that we can continue class. We have
Okay, so Mr. Ben, just in 30 seconds, ask your question so that we can round up this session.
Thank you very much, madam. Good evening to everybody.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good
Nice
evening,
to meet
Mr.
you. Yeah. Actually,
Good evening,
I have
Mr.
two
Ben.
questions. Yeah, I have two questions for this session. One for Mr. Sheona that I can remember, and one for you. Actually, I really need to know what gave you the drive to come to, in fact, to come to this level that you are as a lady, a tech industry for that matter. Sometimes it's not always ladies friendly anyway. I'm sorry to say that. So what motivates you? What gave you the drive, gave you the push to get to this level? That's number one. Number two, for Mr. Shehu, after we are now, what other tools do I need to excel in this industry? Because you keep on telling us a good opportunity, $25,000, $90. You want to blow up our brain. Sometimes we need more tools to back up so that we cannot be a failure when we go out there. Thank you. So that's all I need to know.
Go on. I'm with you. Go on.
Okay, please answer. Please go ahead.
All right. I don't know if Mr. Ben joined a little bit late, but
yeah,
because I know I've already explained what my motivation was. Okay, so I'll just like repeat myself again. Like I said before now, all right. Like I said before now, I started my tech career in 2013. I was planning on becoming a medical doctor or something like that, but life came, and then I was studying computer science in in my university. And my university is actually a university of education. I mean, so what came to my mind was, how can I don't want to be a teacher. Not that being a teacher is a bad thing, but that was just me. I don't just want to be like purely a teacher. I wanted to do more. So I'm in the computer science space. What can I do with it? And then I saw someone present a particular application for a project defense. And she was a lady. And I was like, wow, this is a tech space. And this is a lady. I didn't know if she built it herself, but I actually had that mind that I want to be able to build applications like this also for myself. In fact, even then, because I had heard that people pay someone to do their project, I made a vow that I was going to do my project myself, even if it takes me to build something that is very, very big that I don't know if I'll be able to achieve it. I was going to do my project myself. And that day, I'm telling you, that day I went to the library, I started learning about programming, and that was how I started my field in programming. And like from that, I started learning Visual Basic. Mr. Ben, I don't know if you can still hear me. Hello?
Mr. Hear you loud and clear. Yeah, I can hear you.
Go ahead.
Line is breaking.
All right. That's just it, and that's still my motivation, because I want to do so many things myself. I have a goal of becoming a world-class developer, so I have my goals, and then I have something that is motivating me to keep going. So that's just it, sir.
All right, nice to hear. Good job.
All right. I know you asked that. You keep hearing me talk about the opportunities that are available and what are the skills that are required, right? If Mr. Mike is on this call, Mr. Mike has been this is one of his favorite questions to ask me. And I said I was going to talk about it, but I think today
Yes,
is
so
to talk about them. All right. Yes, in the data science field. Okay, please, can you? I would like to share my screen a bit so that I can put down some stuff. Okay, can you please help me?
I've stopped sharing.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you. Please let me know if you can see my screen. Just give me a minute. Let me know if you can see my screen. All right. So there are several skills that comes into play, right? And Okwe can bear me witness. Usually, you start with a skill, and because of interest that we have and be voracious for knowledge, we continue to acquire several skills. And the more skills you have, right, the more skills you can really learn, the better you become, or the more opportunities that you can chase, right? And as data scientists, I've told you that there are several. The module that we're going through, right, allows us to learn several skills. So you start from using Excel as a tool, talk about R, talk about machine learning, talk about Python, right? And I said that, yes, as much as beautiful as these skills are, there are several other skills that come into play that you might not find in the classroom. And which is one of the reasons why I said I am developing this program. Please, can you see my screen? Let me know if you can see my screen.
no, not yet.
No.
Not yet, sir. Not yet.
I think no, we can't see.
What do you say?
We can't see your screen. I can't see your screen, sir. No, sir.
I think it's still presenting. Just hold on. Just hold on. Taking a bit of time. Right? So
it's up now.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you. Right. So we begin to talk about, yeah, like I said, there are several skills, right? Right. So there are some skills that are really needed. There are some skills that are say, for example, you need team sharing skills or team skills, right? You need team skills that allows you to work in a team. So there are several technologies that falls into place into this. You have Slack, you have Asana, right? You have Trello, right? Okwe, can you help me with some other ones that you know? Trello, even WhatsApp,
GitHub,
right?
GitLab, Massploy, we have Google Workspace, Google Laboratory, Teams, Meet, etc.
GitHub, GitLab, right? Hold on. Right, we have GitHub, we have GitLab. Hold on, sorry. All right, so these are all team sharing skills. There's a whole lot of them, right? There's a whole lot of them, right? That's one. Two, there are technical skills that you need. Now, remember that I said that from the staple of Avita, right? We're going to be bringing some of these skills to you, right? The technical skills that you would need. Technical skills would be you have R, which most of us are going through already. You have Python, right? You have machine learning itself. You have artificial intelligence. That is, if you're going into proper data science, right? You have Excel, right? You have Excel. You have Power BI. You have Tableau, right? You have Tableau. We have Google Data Cloud. Sorry, Google Data Studio. right? You have Google Data Studio. We have knowledge of packages in all of these guys, especially for R and Python, several packages, right? There are several technical skills that comes to mind or that we can actually leverage on. But I would just stop at this, right? Apart from that as well, just hold on. Let me allow this person into class, right? So you have all of these skills. Then you have DevOps skills, right? You have DevOps skills that you would be needing, right? Say you want to work as a DevOps, right? DevOps is usually development and operations put together, right? And we'll be talking about Maven. We'll be talking about Git as well is part of Git. Let me just put it as Git, right? It's part of DevOps crew. You have Kubernetes. You have what's it called? You have Cassandra. There's a whole lot of them. You have cloud computing, right? Okay, you can be helping me, so that I don't forget the cloud computing where you have Azure.
We have AWS, we have Docker.
You have Google. You have Docker.
And so on, right? Like that. They are limitless. Actually,
that's the point. There's a whole lot of them, right? There's a whole lot of them. But what you can be well assured of is that, like I said, in our Vita, we're going to be bringing some of these trainings to you. Say, for example, we're going to be doing a training very soon. There's a free training coming up. I'll inform you guys on AWS. It's like an introduction to cloud computing, right? I'm bringing one of my very good friends to come and discuss that. It's going to be maybe a day or two, right? Just to let us understand what AWS and Google Cloud Studio or Google Cloud Platform, GCP, what GCP means, right? So that we can understand that. We're working on that already. So we'll be talking about this. Then the next training, like I said, in fact, one of us still called me yesterday. So we're going to be talking about data visualization in full, right? Right. So, right, data visualization in full. I think my visualization is not correct, right? But just you understand what I'm trying to say. And in data visualization, we'll be talking about Power BI, Microsoft Power BI, talking about Tableau, and maybe Google Data Studio, right? So we're talking about these three, hopefully. It's a paid training though, right? We're still trying to make it work. But all of these are several skills that come into play, right? But the truth is you don't have to know all of this, right? And the more you grow in technology, the more these skills will come to you because say, take for example, you get to an environment, a work environment, and you don't know about Kubernetes, right? They've employed you already, so you have to go and learn Kubernetes, right? Or Docker, but there are some ones that are very, very important for us to know, right? So you talk about cloud computing. Yes, you are supposed to understand one of the whole cloud computing, data visualization. You are supposed to understand at least one or two of them, right? DevOps, you're supposed to understand Git. I said I was going to do a free training on Git for you guys as well. We'll look at that as well. Yeah. So you guys are already in R, right? Most of us are in R already. We're going to do machine learning. We're going to do Python some way, somehow. You have done L. Yes, statistics. I forgot to put statistics, right? You've done statistics, you are strong in statistics. So a whole lot of these skills would come into play, right? And yes, we would update you on the trainings as they come along. So, but generally, these are the list of skills that I think that, and if you look at job applications, right, these are generally what you find in job applications that are required. So yes, I hope I have answered that question. I hope I answered that question.
All right. Thank you so much for answering the questions. Thank you everyone for all the questions, for participating actively in this session. A special thank you to Mr. Opeyemi for joining us, for taken we've taken more than we initially requested for. Thank you so much for giving your time.
Thank you so much for having me. So glad to be here. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Really
Thank
blessed
you.
to have you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you
All
very
right,
much.
so
Thank you. God bless you.
Thank
All
you.
right.
We appreciate
Thank you.
Thanks.
Bye.
To round up this session, I'll just talk briefly about some of the things we should look forward to as we round up this cohort. Like we know, this is the first cohort we are running for SQL in the company, in the organization, and we've tried our best to make it as organized as possible. The last lap for us, really, apart from this, is the fact that we would like each person to do a capstone project. Because we wouldn't be having exams or anything like that, except if you want to on your own take your professional exams on what you've learned. Or we'll just be doing a project that would help us test all that you've learned. Be sure that you know what you have learned. So we've divided each person, all of us, into groups. It's going to be an individual project, but please excuse me. It's going to be an individual. It's going to be an individual project, but we want you to work within a team. What does this mean? You would have your own individual question or task or assignment to work on a project, but we want you to have your own mini community, let me put it that way, where you can share maybe difficult points you're experiencing in the process of doing the project, ask questions, basically get support within your team. And why are we doing this? Because we want you to have a multi-level kind of experience, such that you're not just learning on what you are working on, you're also learning from what other people are working on as well. So at the end of the day, if your team, for instance, has 5 people, you would have participated in one way or another in 5 different tasks. But you would have your own, the one that is your own cross to bear. Let me put it that way. So these are the groups. We have 4 groups. And as you can see, each group has a team lead. So the team lead would be giving us a periodic progress report on what you are doing. You have just about a week and some days to work on this project and to submit. Your final package with us, your certificate, your branded materials and all of that, your special emblem that you can use on LinkedIn and all of that is tied to you submitting this project. So please, let's take this very seriously. Let's ensure we do it. If we do not do it, we would not be able to give you a certificate that proves that you studied anything with Avita, because we don't want to. We want to be perfectly assured of the kind of people that we produce as much as possible. So please, I will also share this on the group with us, and also send the individual questions to our email addresses. So please, let's prepare our minds towards that. Then lastly, there are some assignments that have been given in the course of this program that I've noticed that some of us have not even attempted those assignments or submitted at all. I would encourage you to also do your best to attempt those questions and send your completed work or assignments to Mr. Shion, so that we can also grade that, be able to give you feedback and all of that. All of this also piles up into when we were talking about you being able to build your own experience yourself too. On these assignments, there are things that you can go the extra mile to do them so excellently that they become a part of your own individual portfolio. Let me put it that way. So on this note, I'll be handing over to Mr. Sheon. Myself and Opemi would be leaving the class. Thank you so much. Please, if you have any questions or comments, inquiries, you can send them to me on WhatsApp. All right. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Thanks. Bye.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ope.
You're welcome. Bye.
All right. So, people of God, I hope you had a great time, even though is that's eaten into our class time. We're 30 minutes down, but don't worry. We'll finish this program today, like I said earlier. I hope that this section was interesting. I hope that you learned something, right? And yes, there's more to come from the stable or from the Habitat company in terms of training. Like we said, our goal is to be able to build people, help people become 24th century compliance tech people, right? Such that you can. I've seen people who do not know. I keep saying it in class. I've seen people who don't know half of what you know, right? Excel in this field. And Okwe just told you that 3 years, right? 3 years. She started 3 years ago, actively 3 years ago, and presently she's a top developer in Nigeria. Okwe is one of the top female developers. She's in charge of the biggest legal tech application. She built the biggest legal tech application in Nigeria, right? And we can do that as well, right? We can do that and become that in our field, in our tech field. So please don't be deterred, right? At least you've heard from me as a guy now. Now you've heard from female, right? My wife, like I said, Elizabeth started 2 years ago. Now she's a product manager. She's a product manager to Okwe, right? They work in the same firm, and that's why we're able to bring Okwe in a very shortest time, right? She's the one who manages Okwe at work, right? And they are both presently even on the management team. And so you can see how much. And when did she start? She started 2 years ago, right? That's my wife. She started 2 years ago to become a product manager in tech, right? So no matter where you are at the moment, right, you are doing the right thing and you're on the right track. You're doing the right thing, you're on the right track. All we just need is a year of, it's just dedication, right? That's all you need. And I've told you, all you just need is 1 hour every day. If you do 1 hour for 2 weeks, you by yourself, you would increase it to 2 hours. You would not know when you're doing 8 hours. That's how interesting it can be, right? So please, I want us to pay attention to all that has been said today. Take the simple steps and let's see how we evolve along the way, right? I want to see data scientist in under 1 year, in under 2 years, solid data scientist that I can be proud of. I can be proud to say I was part of your journey. I was part of this person's journey. I was part of that person's journey. Avita was part of this person's journey and all of that. So that is our goal. That is what gives me joy, right? Thank you. So let's go back to class, right? That's what we came to do. Of analyzing today, please get your workbench on. Get your workbench going. Let us get this party started. Last class, right? You see, I'm in my mood already. Last class, let me present my screen again. I think my screen is down. Right. So last class, yes, we began to talk. We spoke about what did we speak about? Joining, right? Which is the last implementation of SQL select statement. Last implementation of SQL select statement. Hold on. Right, and yes, so yeah, we spoke about we finished aggregated functions, and then we spoke about joining last class. Yes, rain could not allow us to. I don't know what is with rain and network. I think I need to research into it. All right, so display data from. So we talk about displaying data from multiple tables using join, and then yes, we spoke about obtaining data from multiple tables, types of join, creating inner joins with use on and using clause, left and right outer join, self join, cross join, and all of that, right? And if you look at it, Okwe mentioned a few of these join statements or join joining. You mentioned joining in a speech or in a talk with us, right? To show you how important join can be. So, and I've started seeing the assignment. I've seen people started submitting. People are really doing. I'm glad at the progress. I'm actually very glad at the progress that some people have made over this course of 6 weeks, right? I'm really impressed. I'm really impressed. And I won't be able to know more of this if you don't submit your assignment. So please make sure that you submit your assignment. You still have time, right? You still have time, right? Today we would be going into subqueries and how to use subqueries to solve queries, right? That's what we want to talk about. So we're going through subqueries and how to use subqueries to solve queries, how to use subqueries. That's what we'll be talking about today. Please let me know if you are with me on this journey. Let me know if you are with me on this journey. I don't want to be alone. Let me hear you say I. Let me hear you say A. Let me hear you say I. Let me hear you say A. If you are with me.
I.
Hey. Yes.
I.
Good people. I trust you. Right. So we're talking about subqueries, right? That's what we'll be talking about today. Subqueries. It's a very simple it's a very simple technique that we want to learn. After subqueries, then we jump into DML, right? Which is majorly after subqueries. Then we'll talk about a bit of administrative tasks that you can do with SQL. And so we want to define subqueries in today's class. We want to describe types of problems that subqueries can solve. We want to list types of subqueries, and then we want to look at single rows and multiple subqueries and how to just work with subqueries generally. That's what we want to look at. How to work with subqueries generally. So when you have subquery, when we say subquery, right? Subquery from the word subquery, right? From the word subquery, it means that you have a query. Now, subquery is a select statement, right? We know that part of select statement. But subquery is basically saying that you have a is the right adjective. Have a query inside a query. That is what subquery is. It's as simple as that. A query inside a query. So when I say a query inside a query, I'm saying a select query inside a select query. Basically, what subquery is. Yes, I can hear you, sir.
Is there anything called nested query?
Nested query is also called subquery. That's what subquery is. Yes, nested query.
Okay.
Yeah, right. But we don't call it nested query. If you see nested query in any place, that person is in ages, right? It's called subquery. That person is that article or wherever. But it depends. People refer to these things as they understand it to be. Right? But yes, it is nested query. It is nested query. Subqueries are actually nested queries, right? So we say a subquery is a query inside a query, right? And we say that a query inside a query is, I'm saying that it is a select query inside a select query. It's as simple as that. So, and why do we need a select query? Why do we need a select query, right? So let me give you a practical example of this kind of situations where we have where you have select query. So you know that you want to know who earns more than Abel in the company. Are you following me? So this is a general scenario that we would look at. A general scenario that we will look at. So we say generate a report of those who earn more than Abel, right? That's the report you are asked to generate. generate a report of those who earn more than Abel. So the question would be that you want to know those who earn more than Abel. How do you know who earns more than Abel? I want somebody to attempt this, not writing, just by logic. How do you solve this kind of statement? What would you do? They say generate a report of those who earn more than Abel. What would you do? Not by, you don't have to use SQL. Just tell me what is the logic that you think is behind this. What is the logic that you would use to solve this? I need just one person to try. One person, please. Can we do that fast?
Okay, I search for salaries that are greater than what he earns. That's all.
Greater than what Abel earns, Abby?
Yes, please.
Good. But question is, yes. So thank you. Mr. Lekon, I saw that you wanted to answer. So please go ahead. What do you have to say?
I actually said what I wanted to say. What I wanted to say was, I'll first of all check what is Abel's salary.
Thank you. That is exactly what you need to check. So the question actually is, they say generate a report of those who earn more than Abel, right? But the question is, what is Abel's salary? That's the first question. It's when you know what Abel's salary is, that is when you know those who earn more than Abel. I hope you're following me, right? So in this situation, right, what you have is that you have the outer query. Let me just write a simple syntax for it, right? So you have, this is a syntax for it, right? So we say select, right? Generate a report of those who earn more than Abel. So I say select first name, just follow me, first underscore name, right? Last underscore name, right? Say job ID, job underscore ID, and maybe salary, right? From what? From employees. Employees. Where salary, look at it, where salary is equal to, right? Where salary is equal to, are you following me? So we say where salary is equal to, okay, it's a greater than, so we say more than Abel, right? So we say where salary greater than. Now, what is Abel's salary? So we say select salary from employees where first name was Abel. Right? Where first name equals Abel, right? Now, so if you look at it, if you look at what we have here, right, you'll see that what you have is a query, a select query inside a select query. Please let me know if that is what you see, right? Let's use, I think it's a last name, right? Right, where last name is Abel, where last name equals Abel. Now, if you look at it, so you have a first query. You have a first query that feeds off what the result of the second query is, which means that, let me show you the analogy of what we have in this situation. Let me show you let me show you the analogy of this. Let me show you the analogy. Just give me a minute so that you can get it once and for all. I'm trying to present to you my notepad, my pad, whatever it is. Sorry, it's loading. All right, can you see my screen now? Please let me know if you can see my screen.
Yes, I can.
Yes, I can see your screen.
Awesome.
No, I can't.
Please just let me know when you can see. So I want everybody to be on the same page. I want everybody to be on the same page. Can you see my screen? Can you see my whiteboard? It's a whiteboard that's on my screen. All right.
Yes, I can.
All right. So query. Right. So
Out,
we
I
are
can't. Out.
You can't.
I can't.
You can't see my screen.
I can't see it too, Mr. Shion. I
Try
was
and log out
listening
and
to your
log in.
call. Oh.
Try and log out and log in. All right. Try and I'll wait for you for 30 seconds while I please, if you can't see my screen, okay. Please let me know if you can see my screen now. If you can't see my screen, just log out of class and log in again. It might be a network issue, right? I don't want anybody missing this. I don't want anybody missing this. It's very, very important. Very, very important. Please let me know if you can see my screen. Can everybody see my screen now? Can everybody see my screen?
Your screen is quite in front of me.
Yeah.
All
I
right.
can see it.
All right. All right. All right. So I'm just going to continue. Right. So subquery. So we are asked to generate a report. A report that what? That displays those who earn more than Abel, right? That is our assignment, right? And we said that what? By logic, right? The question will be that, how do you start? The first question is, what's Abel's what? Abel's salary. Because once we know what Abel's salary is, right, then we can what? Use that to what? To get those who earn more than Abel, right? So, and I told you that what? A subquery is what? Is a query inside what? Inside a query. So you have a query outside and you have a query inside. Are you there? That is what a subquery is. So in this situation, what do we say? We say select first name, last name, salary from employees, right? From employees. Now, remember that this is a restriction. The question is actually a restriction question. It says generate a report of those who what? Who earn more than, can you see? That is, we are to restrict the reward. We are to use this condition. This is the condition that we are to use to what? To restrict the results or the output of the query. So we say that what? So what are we looking for? Where salary is what? We don't know what the salary is. Are you following me? We don't know what the salary is that we want what? That we want to use, because we're saying that salary is greater than what? Salary is greater than what is the question? Abel's salary, right? So salary is greater than Abel's salary is the question. But if we put salary greater than Abel, right, it does not solve the question. What we need is a figure of Abel's salary. So how do we get that? Then we what? We approach what? We approach this with a what? With a subquery. We say select salary from employees where last name underscore name equals what? Abel. Now, what do you think this is going to do? Right? What do you think this is going to do? This is going to give us what? Abel salary. This select statement is going to give us what? Abel salary. So let's say Abel salary is what? 5,000. It's going to return to us Abel salary. Are you following me? Now, if this returns to us what? What Abel salary is, therefore, this statement becomes select first name, last name, salary from employees where salary greater than 5,000. Because why? The inner query, this is called an inner query. And this is called the what? The main query or outer query, main or outer query. Please let me know if you understood what I just explained. Please let me know if you understood what I just explained. Hello? Can anybody hear
Understood.
Me?
Yeah, we can hear you, sir. Can hear you are listening.
Yes.
Perfect.
Perfect. Awesome. That is basically what a subquery is. Now, to buttress that point again, right? What it means is that when you're writing a subquery, you have a what? You have a what? Outer query. The where clause with the what? With the condition, right? That takes what? Maybe an expression with what? With a inner what? Inner query. And this is what we call a subquery. So here, we say that this part is the inner query. And this part is what? Is your outer what? Or main query. The inner query executes first, right? This is executed what? Executed first. The result from this place is what? Supplied into what? Into the main query for the main query to what? To execute. Right? That is how subquery works. That is how subquery works. So subquery is used to solve issues when we don't know what we're looking for, right? You just have an idea. So you say that I know that this person is in department H, right? And you're like, okay, I want to see everybody from department H, right? I know that this person's name starts with A, right? Then you don't have full information. You just use the information that you have to probe for the information that you're looking for. And that is how subquery works. So I'm just going to run this subquery. This query now to see if it's going to give us a result. First of all, let me do this. Use HR, right? So we execute this so that we know that our database is registered.
Sorry, Sir Shion.
Yes,
Can't
sir.
see your workbench.
Okay, just hold
your
on.
workbench.
All right, you'll see my workbench. Can you see my workbench now?
Yes.
Yeah, it's okay. It's on now.
All right. All right. So if you look at it, I just run a query called use HR so that I can, that's the database that my query is going to be targeting. Then I'm going to run this statement. So if I run this now, what happens? Searching. People pray for me. I want to change my laptop. But the amount they are calling laptop outside now is crazy. It's really crazy. I need to change my laptop so I can serve you better. So add me to your prayers. And God bless this boy with a good laptop. I need something between at least 32 gig RAM, right? I need 32 gig RAM laptop, right? All right. So So just add me to your prayers. Now you can see that the query is as executed, right? How? How do we know, right? The question is, I want you to look at it. So the inner query says select what? Select salary from employees where what? Where last name equals Abel. That is what we are using to what? To look for what Abel salary is. Now, the result from this query is now supplied to the main query, right? But let us see what the result of that query is. So I'm just going to copy all of this and we're going to run it like a normal query. Copy. Just going to bring it down here. And I'm just going to run this so that we know what Abel salary is. Now, if you know what Abel salary is, can you see Abel salary is what? 11,000, right? Abel salary is what? 11,000. Then if you look at the result from this query, you see that all the people that are returned earn above 11,000, right? They all earn above 11,000. Now, you can see that there are two approaches to what? To this query, right? You can easily say, okay, I don't want to write a subquery. Let me just write what is Abel's salary. Then once you get Abel's salary, then you say select first name, last name, job ID, salary from employees where salary is greater than 11,000, right? That is you running two queries at the same time. I mean, independently or differently, right? But we now what? We now merge those two statements into one using what? Using the subquery. It's as simple as that. It's as simple as that. Now, the rules to naming a subquery. Rules to naming a subquery. Subqueries
Hello, sir.
are, yes, I can hear you, sir.
A question, please.
Okay.
Now, when we have a subquery in the main, under the main query, which has to do with Abel, why didn't the result come along together with the main query?
Yes. Now, it would not come. Like I said, this query here, his work is to supply a result to the main query. Do you understand? Which means that it's like you said, I'm trying to look for a question that it's like you're asking yourself, right? Who in the company earns above what? I mean, who earns more than Abel, right? So your boss is asking you, so you're like having a conversation with your boss, or you are maybe with your teammate or something, and he's asking you, who in the company earns above Abel, right? You would not, when you want to answer the question, you will not say, sir, I think that Abel's salary is 11,000, right? Then you now, after you said Abel's salary is 11,000, then say, okay, who now earns above 11,000? That would, it's a good way to answer the question, but it is some sort of childish, right? And I've told you that what the computer or our computer behaves like a human being, right? The question will be, the way you would answer the question is they ask you, who earns above Abel in the company? The question you ask yourself is a question, you ask that question inside of yourself. What is Abel's salary? You are not going to go and if it's a question that you can answer immediately, you ask yourself, wait, what is Abel's salary again? Right? That is a thought that you have inside of you. Then you get an answer to it and you say, oh, I know that this person earns more than Abel, and this person earns more than Abel, this person earns more than Abel, this person earns more than Abel. And that's the same thing that the computer does. This statement is executed, but the result will not be seen. The result of this is 11,000, which we know now by what? By virtue of this query. And it supplies that 11,000 to this what? To this main query. Do you understand? So the inner query the result of the inner query does not show, but the result of the inner query is used by the outer query. Does that answer your question, sir?
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Now, let's talk about rules to using a subquery, right? Now, subqueries are to be in parentheses, right? That is, the subquery must be in a parenthesis. Parenthesis is this bracket, your circular bracket or your round bracket, right? So all your parentheses have to be in that bracket. It is very important, right? Subqueries have to be on the right side, the right-hand side of the query, right? This is your right-hand side. This is the left-hand side, right? So it has to be in the right-hand side of your query. Subqueries place subqueries on the right-hand side of the what? Of the comparison operator for readability, right? So it has to be on the right-hand side of the what? Of the comparison operator. This is your comparison operator. Right? So you place your subquery on the right-hand side of your operator. If it's equal to, if it's greater than, is less than, you put it on the right-hand side. This is the left-hand side of your operator. This is the right-hand side of the operator. And this greater than here is the operator, right? So you put your subquery in the right-hand side. Then it says, use a single row subquery operator with a single row subquery and use a multiple rows operator with a multiple row subquery, right? So I would explain that later, right? We'll talk about single row subquery. This query here is a single row subquery. Now, if you remember from the idea of single row, I want to understand single row subquery or single row functions. Who can tell me what single row function is and multiple row function is? Who can try? Who can try? I know you know it, but I want somebody to try. Who can try to distinguish between a single row function and a multiple row function? Who can try? Or a single row function, multiple row function? Who can try? We discussed that some classes ago. Okay. Yes, sir.
A single row function give you a single result, a single row result.
Okay.
Why a multiple row function give you a multiple? Well, that one, I'm not sure of that one.
All right.
The multiple function give you, okay.
Yeah, please go ahead. Please go ahead.
And it gives you a multiple row single outcome or sort of.
All right. It's a good attempt, sir. Who else wants to try? Who else wants to try? I'll clarify it. You made a very good attempt at it. Who else wants to try? Who else wants to try? Where's Madame Odunola? I've not heard her voice since. Madame
Okay,
Odunola,
let
you
me
leave
try.
here. Okay, please go ahead.
Okay, single row function is function used for, I don't know, code written on one line. That's me trying though. I don't know if I'm correct. The multiple row functions are code written in multiple, I don't know, lines or something.
Okay. Somebody is leaving class. Who is that leaving class? Madame Odunola, are you even there? I've not heard your voice today. What happened? Talk to me. I don't think she's there. All right. Single row functions. Who else wants to try? Who else wants to? Titi, can you try?
I can't try you. I can't.
All right. All right. It's simple, right? We've talked about it before. When you talk about single row, when you talk about single row functions or single row query, right? Why am I single row, right? And now in this situation, so I'm going to talk about single row function or operator, right? Now it means that these functions are, when you apply them, they give you a single row. They give you a single outcome per row. They give you what? A single what? Function. They give you a single result per row. That is, what you are getting is so if you apply it to a single row, what you get is a single result, right? When we talk about multiple row, right? When we talk about multiple row functions usually are rows. Now, we used multiple rows with group by function or group function. And we said that what? Multiple row functions will give you, you apply them to a set of rows and they give you a single result at the end of the day. But in this situation, right, in the situation of subquery, we are applying them differently. Please, I want you to understand. Single row function will give you a single row per result. I mean, a single result per row. Mr. Lucky, please help me mute your mic.
Mr. Sean, sorry. Someone has been waiting to join. One T Sparkling.
I can't see the person.
She's saying use chat. Okay.
I can't see the person. Tell the person to try to join again. I can't really see the person here.
Okay.
Yeah, tell the person to just join class again, and then I will admit her into class. Right? So we talked about single row function. We said single row function returns what? A single outcome per row. Why a multiple row function would it will group. We use multiple rows with. Now, multiple row function says that it will give you multiple results, right? When you use them with a group by clause or with the group function, it gives you a single result. Single row function will give you one single result. Multiple row will give you multiple results. Just know that. Single row will give you a single result. Multiple row will give you multiple results. Tell her to join. I can't see a request to join class. Right? Right? Single row, single result, multiple row, multiple result. Single row. Hello?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, from what you
Yes,
said
yeah.
before, you said multiple will give you a single, not multiple.
Hold on. Let me say it again. Single row, single result. Multiple row, multiple results. Take it that way. Single row, single result. Multiple row, multiple result. Are you following me?
That means that is not what you, not your previous teaching in the education. So your previous lecture said, multiple row, single output. I will wrote it down.
Yes, actually, that's why I don't want to mix it up. I don't want to mix it up for you, right? When you use multiple row, a multiple row function with a group by clause is when I said it will give you a single output. A multiple row with a group by clause will give you a single output. For a single row function, will give you a single result per word per row, and a multiple row function. We'll see an example of it so that you understand, right? I'll show you an example of it so that you can understand. Right? So let me I can't see these people that want to join class. I can't see their. Hold on. All right. So let's just continue, right? Let's just continue. Let's just continue, right? Where was I? So now, in this situation, single row operator is what we want to talk about, right? I just want to show you an example. Single row operators now, right? When we talk about single row operators, what do you have? You have greater, less than, greater than, less than, greater than, right? Less than or equals to, greater than or equals to. You have not equals to, right? You have not equals to, and then you have equals to, right? These are single row operators, which means that if you use them, what happens? If you say greater than something, it gives you one single result. Less than, it gives you one single result. Greater than or equals to, one single result. Less than or equals to, one single result. Not equals to, one single result. Equals to, one single result. But when you talk about multiple rows, multiple row operator, right? We're saying that you're talking about functions like in, like. If you look at these guys, they give you multiple results in a set of values. You take what takes a set of values, it tests a set of values. Like is a pattern search that uses percentage and underscore. And between is going to give you multiple results between a lower limit and a higher limit. It takes a lower limit and a higher limit and gives you a set of results inside of them. So when you use a single row operator in your subquery, what do you get? You get a single row output. When you use a multiple row operator in your subquery, you get a multiple row output. Are you following? I want to wrap up subquery as quick as possible, as we don't have time anymore. So we're just going to look at a few examples, and that would be all. Right? All right. So let's look at a few examples. Then we'll move forward. So we'll look at a few examples for single row. So single row subquery. Row subquery. Right? Single row subquery. We're writing a query. So we say that generate a report. Generate a report of those who are in the same department as Lex, right? People who are in the same department as Lex. By now, we should know what to do, right? So the question will be that, how do we solve this? Who can try? How do we solve this? Try. How do we solve this? Anybody?
Okay. Let's see. You didn't specify what we are supposed to. We are just supposed to select people who are in the same department. Is it okay? Like you're saying now.
I said select departments of select. I mean, you generate a report of those who are in the same department as what? As Lex.
Okay. Where this one from?
The first thing to do is to find out which department is Lex.
Thank you. That's what I was.
Where?
So you say where what?
Department equals
underscore
ID
equals
yes.
Right? Then
open the brackets. Yes.
Select department underscore ID from employees where first name, let's try first name. We're not sure if it's first name or last name. Where first name equals Lex, right? We close our subquery. So if we try this, let's see. All right, so it is a first name. Look at it. Lex is in the same department, is in department 90. Can you see? So this inner query, let me reduce this a little bit so that you can see. This inner query is, so we're saying generate a report of what? Of those in the same departments as what? As Lex, right? And we're saying that what? How do we get that? Now, we want to first of the question is, so what this does is that you ask the question in a reverse angle. That is, you ask the first question you're asking is, what is Lex's department? What is Lex's department? Right? When we know what Lex department is, then that would help us generate the report that we're looking for. So we write a subquery that says select first name, last name, department ID from employees where department ID is what? Now, the question is, what is Lex department? So how do we know Lex department? Select department underscore ID from employee where what? Where first name in what? First name equals what? Equals Lex. Right? Where first name what? Equals Lex. Now, this query, this inner query will tell us that what? Lex is in department 90. Right? Therefore, it now tells us that what? Select all those who are in the same department as what? As Lex. So look at them. All of these guys are in the same department as what? As Lex. Right? So this is a single row subquery. The subquery returns a single row. The what? The main query takes a single result, right? The subquery returns a single result. The main query takes that result and uses it to what? To solve the main what? The main query. Are you following? Now let's check for multiple row, right?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, I think I understand now because here the operator says equal to. That's why Lex is inclusive.
Yeah, no, perfect. Okay, to answer your initial question, Now, the Lex is inclusive because we are saying that what? Generate all of them that are in that department. So Lex is inclusive here. Do you understand?
I understand. I've seen it.
All right. All right. So we want to look at a multiple row subquery. Multiple row subquery. We want to look at a multiple row subquery. So we're going to be using in and I'm going to be using in. Just hold on. Yeah. So I'm looking for a good for a good example. All right, good. So let us look for, it says, let us find, generate a report. A report that generate a report of all employees at n that ends the same salary as the minimum salary of each department. Right? Look at this question. Very tricky. It says generate what? Generate a report of employees that earns what? The same salary as the what? The minimum department of each what? Of each department. Who can try this? What's the first thing to look for? What's the first thing to look for?
The minimum salary of each department.
Thank you. Minimum salary of each department. So we said select last name, last underscore name, salary, and department underscore ID, right? From employees, their salary right? Where's salary? Now, the question is, I want us to look at this together, right? So what we're looking for salary, Abby, but the question is, look at it. What will the subquery do to us? What are we expecting from the subquery? So we say generate a report of all employees that earn the same salary as the minimum salary of each department. What does that mean? Who can interpret that? Who can try? Yes, we are looking for minimum salary of what? Of department, Abby. Is it just one department or several departments? That's the question. Are we looking for the minimum salary of one department or several departments?
Several departments.
Several departments. And because we're looking for salary of several departments, right? What does that mean? It means that we're going to need a what? The subquery is going to give us multiple results. If the subquery is giving us multiple results, we need a multiple row function to be able to handle those results. So in this situation, we say in, right? We say in, then we say select, right? We say select. Remember that what we're looking for is what? Minimum salary. Minimum salary from employees where salary, select minimum salary from employees group by department ID. Group by department ID. Group by department ID. Right? Now, first of all, I like to run this statement so that we can see what this would do to us or what this statement will give us. So if we run this now, what do we expect? Now, can you see? It gives us what? A minimum of what? How many rows returned? 12 rows returned. Can you see? 12 rows returned. Gives us the minimum salary for each department. Can you see? It gives us 12 results, right? Those 12 results are going to now be used by this main what? By this main query. If I put equals to, right, before we use in, if I put equals to, right, the subquery is what? It's going to return 12 results. If I put equals to, can you see? Can you see the result of the subquery? It says subquery returns what? More than what? More than one row. Subquery returned what? Returns more than one row, which means that equals to cannot undo it. Therefore, we say in. If I use in, right? If I use in should work. In should help us with that. Can you see? Right? In now says that minimum salary for what? For each department. In, right? So it now begins to use how many people earn salary in the list of departments that, in list of salaries that it has what? That the subquery has given. Then it returns to you everybody that earns that salary. Can you see? Everybody that earns. So that is a multiple row subquery. Let me know if you understood that. Let me know if you understood that. Let me know if you understood that. Right? Let me know if you understood that. I want to rewrite this statement. Let me undo this. Undo. All right. Run this again. I'm going to run that statement. So this statement is as good as saying, let's copy this one. Let's bring it down here. This subquery is as good as saying select what? Select last name, salary, department ID from employees, where salary in 7,000, 4,400, 6,000, 1,500. Can you see the result? I'm putting the result from the query that we ran earlier, the query that tells us the minimum salary of each department, right? And you begin to put all of those values, 2,100, 2,100, 4,200, right? 10,000, 10,000, 6,100, 6,100, right? 17,000 and 69,000. That all? Then 8,300. 8,300. This statement and that subquery are the same, except that I don't have to type. Can you see? I have to look for this one and begin to type everything inside of it, right? Which makes what? Which has wasted time. All I just needed to do is what? Put a subquery that can give me all these results, right? Put a subquery that gives me all these results and use the right operator that would allow the main query to use all these results, right? So if we run this and we run the first subquery, it will give you the same result. Can you see? It gives you the same result, 26 rows returned. If I go to the subquery and I run the subquery, it should give me what? The same 26 rows returned. Right. Can you see 26 rows return, 26 rows return? That is the essence of subquery. Any question, please? Any question, please? Any question? Any question before I move on, please? Any question?
Hello,
clear,
sir. The
sir.
subquery for this multiple row, sometimes I think it's a bit complex anyway.
Oh, it is not.
Anyway, I think
Let
it's
me
fine.
explain. It's not complex. The subquery is to return multiple rows. When the subquery returns multiple rows, then you use a multiple row operator to be able to take and undo those rows. If you use, that's why I ran the first one. If you use equals to, when a subquery returns multiple query and you use a single query operator, it will give you an error. When a subquery returns a single result and you use a multiple row subquery, I mean, you use a multiple row operator, it will give you a result. It will give you a wrong result, or it will give you a terrible result. It will give you an error. Single row subquery will go with what? Single row operator. Multiple row subquery will go with multiple row operator. So when the subquery returns multiple rows, right, you use a multiple operator. When the subquery returns a single row, you use single row operators. All right. I need to correct something. The operators that we have here, the multiple row operators that we have here is in, any, and all. Sorry, in, any, and all. All right. So if I come now and I'd say this is our subquery, right? Hold on. Yeah, that's our subquery. If I copy that and I paste it here, and I say in any of, right, same result, right? In any, sorry, greater than, or so you use any and all, greater than any of, greater than any of the result in the subquery, greater than any, or greater than, less, or equals to. Right, can you see? It returns the all 106 rows, right? If you change that to less than, right, less than any of the results in the subquery, it gives you 104 rows, right? If you say equals to any, can you see? Equals to any is the same thing as in, right? Equals to any, it gives us 26. So if we change that, if we copy this again, and we run it with equals to all, right? Those are the three ones. Equals to all, right? It says that there is no equals to, that is, no salary is equals to the minimum salary of these guys, of what you have inside of here, right? Equals to all. So if you say greater than all, or let's start with less than all, right? You see that it will give you, let's see, same thing, less than all, we don't have any. Greater than all, right? Right, so we have just one that is greater than all the results in the subquery, right? One person earns more than all that you have in the subquery. Nobody earns below that, right? Nobody earns below what you have in the result of the subquery. So you use in, you use in, use any, and you use all. And with any and all, you use what? Single row subquery with them. So equals to any, greater than any, less than all, greater than all, and all that and all that. That is basically all that there is to subquery. Are we there? Are we there? Are we there? Any question, please? Any question, please?
Hello, sir.
Yes, I can hear you.
We are working on multiple role query. And I think so that means, can a single row operator be used in a multiple row
No,
query?
I've said before, a single row operator cannot be used in a multiple rows of query. The reason why you are using these are single row operators, right? This equals to greater than. The reason why you are using them is that you are using them to compare. See this guy, see this any and all, right? Any and all is like an aggregator. They take all the values and begin to check. Is it greater than this value? Is it greater than this value? Is it greater than this value? That's what they do. If you remove this guy and you run this query, it's not going to work because you are saying salary all, right? It can't be salary all. It gives you an error, right? It needs something to compare with, right? That's where greater than, less than, and all of that comes into play. But the major guy here is still the multiple rows of query. Remember, what determines the operator that you are going to use in the main query or in the outer query is the result that you are going to get from the inner query. That is what determines it. What determines the operator that you are going to use in the outer query is the output of your inner query. How many rows are going to be returned by your inner query? If it is a single row that your inner query is going to return, then you use a single rows of query here. If it is returning multiple rows, then you use what? Multiple rows of query outside, or multiple row operator outside.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. Don't worry. I'm going to push to you questions that would help you understand them. You run them, you try them, you run them, you try them until you get them, right? Any other question about subquery? Any other question about subquery before I move on? Any other question? Please ask your question now. Still have few things to have, few more things to look through before we finish. All right. If there are no other stuff to talk about, right? Let us continue. If there are no questions, let us continue. So we're done with chapter 10. We've talked about single rows of queries and multiple rows of queries. If you look through the curriculum, you see that we're done with chapter 10. So we have chapter 11 to go. Chapter 11 to go. It's a very interesting topic, and we're going to talk about DML, right? DML. Remember, we're talking about DML. So we want to talk about other classes of DML. So we're still talking about data manipulation language. Right? Now, so we said that in data manipulation language, what do we have? We have inserts, right? We have updates. We have deletes. Right? So we want to look at insert, update, and delete. So we've been looking at all that we've been doing before was to look at table, look at how to use the table, look at how to query the data from the table, look at how to create a table, how to create a view, how to create indexes, how to create constraints, and all of that, right? Basically, the structure of a table or the structure of an object, how to create indexes, how to create constraints, how to create sequence, and all that. That's what we've been looking at. But this time around, we want to manipulate the content of the table. The only thing that we've been doing with the content of the table is that we've been querying the content of the table, that is to display the content. But this time around, we want to, manipulate in the real sense of manipulate. And to do that, we use insert, update, and delete to do that. Insert, update, and delete. So from the word insert is used to what? To put in records. Yeah, records into tables. That's what insert is used to do. Update is used to change records in a table. I delete is used to delete records from a table. It's as simple as that. It's as simple as that, right? It's as simple as that. The syntax for insert are also very simple. So we want to look at insert first, right? Sorry. We want to look at insert first. We want to look at insert first and how insert works. Then we'll move on from there. Any question before I proceed? Any question before I proceed? All right, so now, I think we created a table here. Let me see. All right, hold on. I want to look at the tables that we created. Oh, perfect. Right. Okay. So let me use okay, let me use Avita. I have a database called Avita. So let me use Avita now. Right? Use Avita. All right, so we're using Avita now. Right? Let's create a table. Are you following me, please? Just follow me. I want to create a table. Right? Create table. What's the table name? Let's call it students. Create table students. Right? So how do we create a table called students? So the first, let's call it matric number. Hold on, please. Let me quickly copy this so I can use it fast. Copy. Time. All right. So inside that they will want to say, let me just edit it, student, right? So we say matric underscore number, right? It's integer, not null, it's primary key. First name is Baka 25. Please, are you following me, please? Let me know if you are following me, right? If you missed or if you've forgotten how to create a table, right? This is how to create a table. Let's use this as surname, right? Baka 30, not null. Let's create phone number. Let's call that int, not null. Let's create email, right? Let's call that Vacha, sorry, Vacha. It says Vacha. Let's call it Vacha 30, not null. And let's call this pos, right? Pos. Call that Vacha as well. What course are you studying, right? And let's add one more, which is apartments, right? For that Vacha as well. For that 25. Not null as well, right? Let's close that bracket. So we're creating a table now inside Avita, right? All right. So I told you once you create a table, you reload. Now, if you reload, you go to Avita. Please let me know if you are following me. I need to know before I begin to say politics. Let me know if you are following me. Let me know if you are following me.
Yes, I'm with.
Okay. Let, let me know who else is following me.
I'm with you, sir.
All right. All right. I need to know that people are following me. Mr. Mike, Mr. Leola, Madam Maiwa, Mr. Dabson, Mr. Ben.
Yes, I'm following you. I'm following you.
Yes. All right. Awesome. Okay. So I'm using Avita now. I've left HR. I'm using Avita now. So inside Avita, I created a table, right? So you reload. Once you reload, you come to the table. You can see that we created the table students, right? When you come to the columns of it, you see that all the columns that we listed here is all that you have here. Now that we have created that table, right? Now, the table does not have a content. So if we say, first of all, we describe the table student, right? Describe table student, right? It will describe it. It will tell us about the table. Also, so this is the structure of the table, right? So if I say select all from student, what happens, right? What happens? It will tell me that what? Nothing is inside. No. No row, nothing is inside, right? So the first thing we want to do is what we want to insert. So how do you insert? You use the insert keyword. Insert into, what is the name of the table you want to insert to? Table. So the table name, insert into student. You follow me? Hello? Please let me know. So you use the insert, use the insert into to insert into student. Use the insert into word to insert into student. Just hold on for me. Just hold on. So insert into students, then I begin to put values, right? So value, matric number, I say 100. Student name, Oluwaseun. Your name, Akintibubo. Using my name now. Phone number, 0029327302, right? Email address, Seun always. Hold on. Seun always at avita.com, right? Course biochemistry. Biochemistry and department. B of basic medical science. Hold on, my system is hanging a little bit. Hold on. Starting two students. Is it not working? Let's check. Needs me to put matric. First underscore name. Son. Email. Course and department. Hold on, coming. Hold on a bit. Hold on a bit. My code seems to not be working. Yep, it's correct now. Insert into students, first name, surname, blah, blah, blah. Exactly is wrong there.
I don't know. Do you need to end it with quotation mark?
It's not about the quotation mark. Should even work without, hold on. Why is this one black? That's my question.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
After the com, you did not close the mail.
After the
com, you didn't close the mail. Values, your mail, shown always at Avita.
Oh, thank you. Now, thank you. All right. One more thing. Saying out of range. Okay, sorry. This is a number. All right. So let's try this again. Out of range. How many? What's the range for units? Not out of range. How is it out of range?
Sir, did you close this in the code with a semicolon?
Hold on. Not the semicolon, but just to. It's not the semicolon. It's saying that my out of range value for column phone number out of range. Okay, hold on. Let me just do this. Let's try this. All right, so it has been inserted. All right, so I want you to look at what we just did now. It's a bit clumsy. I want to, can you permit me to reduce the size of this? Hold on. Go ahead and change that. Reference, okay. Just hold for it to ask me to reload my. Okay, just hold on. I want to reduce the size of this so that we can see all of the code at once. We can see all the codes at once. Appearance.
Familiar.
All right, okay, let's just leave it. Now, all right. Hello. Please let me All right. Now, insert into is what we just looked at now. Insert into is what we just looked at. So we created a table, right? We created a table called student, and we gave it, we know all of this. I don't need to go through the create table statement anymore. Then we described the table. Then we tried to select the table, but the table was empty. So now, what did we do? We used the insert into. So here we inserted into certain values into the student table, right? Now, how do we insert, right? So the syntax is you have two keywords, insert into, right? Student, then values, then the values in column, right? Now, there are two ways to insert. So you say insert into students, then you what? Then you specify all the columns that you want to insert into, right? Then you say values, then you what? Also put all the values that you want to put. Now, if you look at it, both of them are in parentheses, right? So let us first of all verify if our insert has worked, right? Insert, select all from students. Can you see? Can you see that our student column now has what? It now has data inside of it. Can you see? Our students now has what? Data inside of it. So let's try another one. So it says insert. Insert into students. This time around, I would not put all the column names. I'm just going to put values, and I'm going to say 101, right? Let's call him Olalekan. Olalekan. Okay. That's surname, phone number, email address, oj@habitat.com, right? Habitat.com. Course is doing home. Right, faculty, sciences. Right, so we close that bracket. Now, if you look at it, the difference between the first one, the first insert, and the second insert is that in the first insert, after the student's name, what did I do? I named the columns, right? I named the columns that I want the data to be. I named all the columns. Now, this one now, I'm not naming the columns. I just said insert into student, and I'm inserting values. Let's see if it's going to work. Right. Can you see that it has worked? So if we check again to see and say select select first name, select matric number, first name, last name, surname, sorry, and department from student, where matric number equals 101, right? If we run this now, let's see. Can you see? Olalekan Joshua in sciences. So basically, this is how to insert into your table. Are you following me? This is how to insert into tables. This is how to insert into tables. Any question? It's as simple as that. It's as simple as that, right? It's as simple as that.
Hello, sir.
Yes, sir.
I have a question, sir.
Please go ahead, sir.
Actually, is it not looking like table modification?
Oh, this is not table modification. What we just did, yes, what we are doing is manipulation. This is not table modification. The table we created was empty. We are inserting values into it. We will modify the values now. What we are doing is we inserted values. Now we would look at how to modify the values, how to update the values. What we did is, remember I said that what? DML has 3 operations. It has insert, update, and delete. So after you have inserted, if you discover that you want to make a change, you update. If you update, if you have done an update and you want to delete something, you delete. So that's the three keywords for all, or 3 statements for DML: insert, update, delete. So when you have a table, right? So if we go to HR, take for example, let's use, so that you don't think I'm doing magic, right? So we use HR, right? Use HR, and after we've used HR, we say describe the employees table.
Hello, sir. Hello, sir.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, what is the difference between this manipulation and I think can't remember precisely what we call this.
Definition.
The other one we did, divinations. Like in those days, the previous days, we're doing something like add, modify, and
yes.
drop on all those stuff.
Now,
what is the difference between then and now?
If you look at those ones, this is what you're talking about. Alter table, add location, right? When you do this, is it a content that we are adding or that we are dropping, or the structure of the table? DML deals with the structure of the table. The table was 3 columns before. You added locations table, it becomes 4 columns, right? Let us look at it. Hold on. Let's go back to use Avita, right? So that you understand what we're talking about, right? Use Avita, right? So we say alter table student, right? Add, what should we add now? What does the student have? Add guardian, right? Add guardian. Virtual not every student must have a guardian. Hold on. Sorry. Add. All right, so we run this now. What will it do? Good. So can you see the table has executed, right? Now, before we added it, right? Look at the table. How many columns of here does it have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. He had 7 columns. Now, if we describe, right, what happens? It has what? 8 columns. If I reload here, you see that the guardian column has been added. And now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So what you have is that with DDL, that is data definition language, right? We adjust or we work on the structure of the table, right? With DML, we work with the content, that is the data of the. Does that make sense now? So with DDL, what I've just done is that I've used what? The alter table to what? To adjust the structure of the table, right? It's like you have a table that has 7 columns before now. You have extended it to 8 columns, right? But when I say insert, what I've done is that I inserted value into the table. Do you understand? So insert works with DML, which is insert, update, delete, works with the content of the table. That is, you are putting stuff into the table, you are changing stuff in the table, or you are deleting stuff from the table. That is, but the content, that's the content. DDL is talking about the structure of the table, the 2-dimensional structure of the table, rows and columns. That is what this DDL is talking about. Do you understand now, Mr. Ben?
Yeah, thank you, sir.
All right. So what we've done now, so I wanted to use use HR so that we can look at how, so that this thing is not magic. Let me comment this too. Right. So we are using HR now. So we say describe employees, right? We want to see the structure of the employees table. This is the structure, right? This is the structure. So I can say insert into employees. Now let me teach you something, right? Insert into right? Insert into employees, right? Now, remember that in the first example,
Yes.
right? Insert into employees, right? So the first thing that we want to insert is we say employee ID. Now, it is possible that you don't insert into all the column at once. Now, that is in case that the columns can contain no value. I'm going to take that again. It is possible that you don't insert into all the columns at once. That is, if there are columns on the table that can allow for no values, then you can omit them, right? So employee ID, right? I'm going to omit, employee ID. But look at it from the structure of this table. It says that it is possible for the person not to have a first name. So I'm going to omit first name. Then I'm going to go to the next one, last name. So I'm going to call his last name Lee, right? Then I'm going to go to email address. It says it is compulsory that he has email address. I'm going to say Lee at vita.com, right? I'm going to say, what else are we inserting? First name, email address, phone number. We can omit phone number, so I'm not going to put phone number. What else can we know? Higher date. There must be a date that it came into the company. So let's call the date. The date it came in as what's today's date? 2021 hyphen 07 hyphen 04, right? Comma What else? So hire date is compulsory. Job ID is compulsory. Let's say is data. That's called scientist, right? So let's call that data scientist. That's job ID. Salary is compulsory. You must have a salary. So let's call him, as a somebody concerned. Let's give him $15,000, $15,000, right? Salary. He does not receive commission percentage, so we're going to leave commission percentage. His manager ID is 101, right? And manager ID is 101. Is okay, let's omit manager ID. So it's not compulsory as manager, it's not compulsory as a department, right? So let's do that, right? Let's do that. Right, so that's inserting to. Now we want to say values. Values for the columns that we are inserting. Values, what are the values? Sorry. And you did not correct me. Oh God. You people do not try for me. Copy, let's cut. Was values that I was doing. Cut, okay, that's fine. I was doing values when I'm supposed to be doing paste. All right, so let's call him employee 400. That is if 400 does not exist. Let's call him employee 400. So follow me. I'm going to explain what I'm doing. So we say employees ID. We're inserting employees ID. We're inserting last underscore name. Right? We're inserting email. Right? We're inserting email. We're inserting hire date. Hire underscore date. We're inserting job ID. Job underscore ID, and we're inserting salary only. So out of 11 columns, we're inserting how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Just 6 columns out of 11 columns. And each of them we have given a value for. So 400 is hire date. Last name is Lee. Email address is Lee Avita. Hire date is that. Job ID is this, and salary is that. So if I run this now, let's see what happens. Okay, our foreign key is stopping that operation from working. Hold on, I'm going to fix that. Just defer it. Okay, let's change him to IT prog. IT prog. All right, so we'll run that. Right, can you see one row inserted? So how do we confirm? If I say select all from employees where employee underscore ID equals what? 400, right? If we run this now, it should give us the detail of the guy that we just employed. Now, can you see? Now, because, can you see the result? Please let me know if you can see the results, right? Can you see the results? Because some columns on the table allow for allow that a null value can be there, right? So we have null value. Look at it. Employee 400. His first name can be null. Last name is not null. Email address is not null. Phone number can be null. Hire date is not null. Job ID is not null. Salary is not null. Commission percentage is null. Manager ID is null. And what? Department ID is null. right? So this is how to what? This is how to insert. We have done insert, right? This is how to insert. This is how to insert. So we have done insert on multiple tables now. We've done insert on tables. That's how to insert basically. That's how to insert basically. Any question about insert before I move on? Any question on insert before I move on? Hello?
No, sir. It's clear, sir.
All right. I need another response. Any question on insert before we continue?
No questions. I'm okay.
All right. All right. So the next thing we want to look at is update. Update is that we want to change, we want to modify an existing value. We want to modify an existing value. We want to modify an existing value, right? So we can update, right? So let's update, right? Updating data in a table. So we just created this guy, right? So we can say updates, right? Updates employees. Right? Update is the keyword. Employees is the name of the table, right? Update employees. Then set. Can you see? Set. What should we set now? Let's set. What should we give him now? Let's set first name. First underscore name equals right? Set first underscore name equals Jackie, where employee underscore ID equals what? Equals 400. Now, what does this mean? We are saying that now this guy that does not have a first name before, he now knows his first name. So set update employee, set first name to what? To be equals to what? Jackie. For what? For employee 400. That's what you're trying to do. So if we run this now, right? Can you see that the statement executed, right? So if we say select, where's that statement? We've run it before. So if we come here and copy this and paste this, can you see that he didn't have a first name in the first instance, but now he has a first name as Jackie? Are you following me? We have now used the update to what? To update is what? His first name, right? We can also what? I can say that copy, maybe his last name, maybe his last name wasn't Lee before. So we say last name, update last name, update employee, set last name to what? To Chan, right? Where employee ID equals what? 400, right? So that you don't think that it is just an empty content, an empty space that we can what? Change. We can change an already existing what? Data. So we say his last name is Lee before, but now I want to change it to Chan. So if we run this now, and we say select all from employees where employee ID equals 400. Can you see his name is now Jackie Chan? It used to be nothing in first name and Lee, but it's now what? Jackie Chan, right? We can say, let's update what? Copy and paste. Set what? Set email. Set email to be what? Jackie Chan, that's JC at what? At avita.com, right? Where employee ID equals what? If you remove this where clause, right? If you remove this where clause, let me run it so that you see. If you remove the where clause, set update employees. I want you to see by yourself. I hope you are following me. Update employees, set email address to what? To Jackie Chan. Now, look at it. He gave me an error, right? this error is the database. The database is protecting itself. Look at it. It says you are what? You are using safe update mode. You try to update a table without a where clause. That is a key what? A key column. To disable, blah, 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 blah. We don't want to disable. Now, do you know what it just prevented? What it just prevented is that if this command runs, right? If this command runs, if I disable that safe mode, right? If I go to SQL editor and I reconnect and I disable that safe mode, it will change everybody's email to JC. Because why? We did not put a where clause. That is, it will update every employee on the database and set their email address to JC, which is an error. That is why in your where clause, in your update statement, you must not omit the where clause. Right? You must never omit the where clause. Now, this is a very intuitive database. That is why it is able to That is why it's able to stop that action, because it knows that is a problem to the database. That's why it stopped that action. If it's another database, it's going to run that statement. It's going to run and it's going to update everybody. So imagine that you make a mistake on your database and you set everybody's email address to one single email address. That's an error, right? That's an error. So if we run this now, this will be targeted for what? This will be targeted for what? For employee ID what? It will only change for employee ID what? 400. Right? Now, can you see it as executed? So if we select all from employees where employee ID costs 400, can you see his email address is now what? Is now JC. So this is how to perform update, right? If we go back to our use Avita and using Avita now, right? So first of all, you describe the table that you want to work with so that you can get a clearer view of it. So describe students, so I know what is inside students now. So I can say select all from students so that I know what I'm doing, right? All right, so let's assume now that we want to update. Want to say update student, right? Set, what do we want to set? Let's assume that, okay, both of them don't have guardian. So let us give them guardian. So set guardian, Mr. Ben, right? Set guardian equals Mr. Ben, right? If I run this now, it's still the same thing. Can you see? It gave me the same error because it's protecting the database. So if I say where matric number, or where what's their name now? Where first name equals Oluwaseun. I know that. I remember that I used myself, right? Set guardian to what? Mr. Ben, where first name equals Oluwaseun, right? What was doing you?
Mr. Show.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, all these codes we are running, we are not ending them with semicolon.
The reason why we're not ending them with semicolon is that I'm using an editor. If you are running them on the command line, you have to end them with a semicolon. But in this editor, right, this workbench, you can omit semicolon. I deliberately did not say that to us in the beginning so that you can learn the culture of ending your code with semicolon. Do you understand?
Okay, sir. Thank you.
You cannot try this on the command line interface. It will not run, right? It will not run. But you can use it here. You can use it here to run, right? So we say select It says select all from students now. Now, can you see? Mr. Sean is now has a guardian called Mr. Ben, right? Right. So you can do the same again for the next person. Say where what? Let's call him Mr. IK, right? Where matric number is 101, right? So both of them therefore get to get a guardian, right? So you use the update in situations where when you collected the data was not full or there was a change in the data. So you say you are you're in the database, like we created citizen database. Can you remember that we had a citizen database, right? You updated, say somebody stays in Ibadan before, right? And all of a sudden he moves to Lagos, right? What you're supposed to do is that it's supposed to update he has changed address, right? So the address also on the database has to change. So how do you do that? Use the update statement. Use the update statement to change that. Use the update statement to change that. So that is that about update, right? That is that about update. Are we following me? That is that about update. Can I continue now? We have one more to go. We have one more to go, which is delete. Right? So we want to talk about delete. Right? So that is all about updates. Can you see? They are very simple statements. So we want to talk about deleting or removing content from the data from a table. Removing content from the table, right? So we say to delete, we use the keyword delete. Delete from table, from student, right? Delete from student, right? Delete from student, where matric underscore number equals 101, right? Delete from student where matric number equals 101. Can you see? One row affected. Why are you here? Why are you running? What? You come up, arranging this thing. All right. So now that that has been deleted, how do we confirm? So we say select all.
Because I know get money.
You don't reach like that. All right, can you see that the table had two content before, but now that one content is gone? Are you following me? Are you following me? So that is basically how to delete. If you mistakenly remember the same thing that we talked about in work log, in update, is the same thing we talk about in delete. If I say delete from student, right? If I run this statement, what happens? Now, like I said, this database is protecting itself, right? Which is really good. It's protecting itself, right? What it would do is that this statement would delete. If you have 1 million students, it will delete all the students. Remember that there is no where clause. It will delete all the students, all the data. It will delete the whole table. That's what you're doing. It will delete the whole table. This statement will delete all the content in the table. So delete everything, everything is going to go. Everything is going to go. That is.
Hello, Mr.
Yes.
Hello, Mr. Shem.
Yes,
Can we delete? Can we use the person's first name or any other thing to delete instead of using the matric number? Can we use the person's first name or last name?
Hold on.
It won't work.
Hold on. Hold on, I'm coming up. Come on. Okay, so roll back. Just hold on. I want to try something. I want to bring back what I did. All right. Roll back is not. Hold on. Okay, don't worry. Let me just trying to. All right, so let's recreate this. Hold on, I'm coming. I'm trying to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Why is it not matching? It's matching now. All right. So let's remove this. Let's paste this. Where is this table? Student use avatar. Okay, so just don't worry, I'm coming. Just let me allow this person in. All right, so let's create a new. I don't want to delete all the content to the table. Let's see. Column count doesn't match count of row 1. What does that mean? How many? Oh, okay. Sorry, guardian. Yeah, guardian. Sorry. So we say his guardian is Mr. Mike. All right. So the guardian is Mr. Mike. Sorry. Can you see? You have to be able to understand the error that is given to you so that you can understand what is happening. So yes. So we say select all from student now. Right. So both of them are back, right? So now we want to say delete. Of course. So we say, how can we delete without using this the person's matric number, right? It's usually very good when you use what we call a key column, right? Delete. It's always very good when you use a key column, right? So we say delete from student, right? Where first name equals Ola Icon, right? Whew. Now look at it. It's still the same error. Now, the reason why it is blocking is that it's blocking. These are all restrictions, right? This error is because it's a protection on the database, right? And that's because we're not using a key column, right? We're not using a key column. But yes, you can delete it. Can you hear me?
Is it not because of first name under?
No. It's not first name on that. No,
okay.
no. The name of the column is first name. It's not first underscore name. Now, the reason is because, well, first of all, two reasons. There's a protection on the database, on this particular database, on MySQL, it will give you the same error as well, because it's saying that you don't have, you are not using a key column, right? So if I use a key column, right, if I say matric number, or I say matric underscore number, now that means that it can uniquely identify what I'm referring to, right? But you can delete with, in other databases, you can delete with any column, right? Can you see it's deleted? Right, but you can delete with any, but it's good. It is good, and the reason is because, so if I say, let me undo this. How many? If I have 3 orlalicons on the database, how does it know which one to delete? Do you understand? That is why it is usually good to use what a candidate column. I mean, a candidate column, or a key column. Yeah, a candidate column or a key column. So that's why you're using what uniquely identifies that column. I mean, that row, sorry. What uniquely identifies that row, which is the matric number, right? So if I say use HR and I say delete from employees where employee underscore ID equals, remember that we created some guy here before, equals 400, right? Okay, I didn't run this one, sorry. All right. Can you see? So if we say select, remember that we created employee ID 400 before, so we say select all from employees where employee underscore ID equals 400, right? What do we have? Can you see? No row selected, because why? That data has been deleted. So when you want to delete, like I said, it's better that you use a key column, or you use a key column value, or you use use a key column value. That is a value that uniquely identifies your observations or your data, which is your primary key column. Yeah. So basically, that is all of insert, update, delete in a nutshell. It's as simple as that. It's as simple as that. It's as simple as that. Right? Now, if you look at it, if you were the ones that were paying attention, I was running something like this. Roll back. Right? If I roll back, let me run this. Let's see if it's going to work. Right? Roll back. If I roll back and I say select all of this, let me see if it's going to bring it back. Right. Now, I want to talk about commit and rollback, right? How do I say it now? Okay. Transaction control. We're talking about transaction control now. We're done with DML. Talking about transaction control now.
Okay, Mr. Ashel, sorry,
Yes.
back
Yes,
to
ma'am.
DM. That delete, can we use it on a column?
The column as in?
You know, we have used it to delete rows.
Yeah. If you want to delete now, if you want to delete on your column, you don't use delete, you use drop, right? Let me show you. Use Avita, right? Use Avita. So this time around, we say drop column, right? Drop column. Hold on. Let me confirm something. Yeah. So, yeah, alter table, sorry. Alter table student, right? Drop column guardian. Right? HR, I didn't run this one. Sorry. Use Avita, then drop this table. Drop this column. All right. So, can you see? So we dropped this column, right? If I refresh this guy here, can you see that the guardian is gone? So we describe, let's describe student so that we can confirm, right? Describe students. Can you see? The guardian column is gone. The guardian column is gone, right? So if you say, select all from students, what happens? Can you see? The guardian column that had Mr. Mike and Mr. Ben is gone. So that is how to drop a column. Now, when you're dropping means that it is you are dropping is a DDL statement. So it is auto commit, right? Delete is DML. It is not auto commit, right? Do you understand? So when you want to delete the content, use delete. When you want to delete the structure, you use drop. Alter table drop. So that answers your question, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. So we want to talk about transaction control. I hope I can. Don't worry. We'll finish. I want us to finish today by 5 o'clock. Almost done. Almost done. Transaction control. All right. Transaction control language are just two of them, right? You have commit and rollback, right? Even though I tried rollback now, it's not doing what I wanted it to do. Now, commit is to can you hear me? Right? Commit is to make permanent in the database, right? It's to make something permanent, right? Rollback is to undo a change, right? So let's go back to use, I want to explain now. So let's go back to use Avita, right? Use Avita. Awesome. So when I want to add okay, good. So let's add, I want to add a particular, so I want to insert into, so I'm going to insert into 3, call it Mayowa, right? Mayowa Breto. Let's change this to 5. Let's change this to MB. Let's say she's doing finance. So she's in social science or business. And Mr. Mike is no longer Yeah, so we'll run this now, right? Awesome. So we say select, if I say select all from employees, from students, sorry. Right, select all from students. We run this, right, can you see? We have 101, 103. Let me add this other guy again, so that we have enough data in our, let's add this man again. Yeah, Mr. Mike is gone. All right, so let me run this now. Sorry. Awesome. So you see we have 3 data, right? Now, the function of commit and rollback is that all of these things that I've done, right, they are not yet in the database. The reason why I can see them, right, is that I'm the one working on them. If somebody else was connected to this database, right? Are you following me? I want you to listen to this very well. Are we there? Am I the only one in class? Are we there? Are we there? Are we there?
Yes,
Yes, sir. We are with you, sir.
All right. All right.
Yeah,
Now,
yeah.
but remember that so I am the one creating this table. This table student is my table, right? In the database Avita. I'm not the only one that owns the Avita. I'm painting a scenario to you that let's assume that we're working in a company now, right? You're working in a company, right? You're working in a school, right? Since Avita is an educational institute, right? You're working in a school and you are one of the tech guys that work in the company, right? Or you are the one creating the database and all that. So I created this database and I created a table inside the database called students, and I'm inserting all of these values into students, right? Now, while I'm inserting them, I can see them. If I query it, I can see it. Now, every other person, when they query these students, right, they can't see anything. You know why? Because I have not committed it. Let me give you a practical example. You go on Jumia, right? You say, you go on Jumia and I'm coming. I'm trying to look up for the perfect scenario, right? You want to buy a phone from Jumia, right? Say, Nokia. No, I know Nokia just dropped a series now, X series, right? Nokia X10, X20, right? And you go on Jumia. Let's assume Jumia had not. They just got the order, right? They just got them. If you go on Jumia, right, and you go and type Nokia X20, right, you might not see it, right? But in the backend, the database administrator or the data, whatever is working on data, whoever is on the SQL, is imputing those new orders into the database. But it is until when he commits it that you can see it, right? It is until when that person does, until when that person does what? Until when that person commits it, right? That is when you can see it. So which means that so take for example, I have added 3 columns. I've added 3 columns. If I commit now, right? If I just issue this commit, are you following me? If I just issue this commit, what that means is that everything that I've done becomes permanent. If I issue this commit, it means that I want to switch to my notepad so that you can see what I'm talking about. I want to really explain this to you so that you get it and get it once and for all, right? Hold on.
What? Log me out of class.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yes,
sir.
I can. I can.
Now,
All right.
you were way before.
Eh? What did you say?
I said just now, you were way before.
Yes. My NEPA took light, So my system became overpowered. So it automatically just removed, deleted, or stopped Teams by itself. So I have to put on the generator to be able to use Teams back again. Sorry about that. So I was talking about, we're talking about transaction control. And I said I wanted to share my screen so that you can see what I wanted to explain. All right, so let me. So remember that we created this, we inserted data into students, and I was trying to use that to explain transaction control to you, right? And what transaction control means is that I want to explain to you so that you understand, right? I want to explain to you so that you understand. Let my rolling coaster. You see, this is why I say you should pray for me. Pray for me that I buy a new laptop. This laptop is becoming too slow for my liking, right? Just add me to your prayers. Just add me to your prayers. I think it's almost done dancing. Let me know if you can hear me.
Yes,
All
sir.
right. Okay.
Very well.
Okay. Okay. All right. So, you can see my screen, right? Transaction control. Can you see my screen?
Yes, I can see your
No.
screen, sir.
I
Can't see
can
my
see
screen.
it too.
I can't see your screen. No, I can see your face.
You can't see
I
my.
can see your screen.
I can't see your
I
screen.
cannot see it.
I can see it. It's the board marker, the
Okay.
whiteboard loading. Yeah.
You can see it now, Abby.
Awesome. Yeah. Yeah, I can see it.
Don't go now. You have made me lose my board. Oh. Want to load again. What can you see on my screen now?
No, sir.
No screen.
Whiteboarding in progress.
Whiteboarding in progress.
Can you see the whiteboard now?
Nope.
Hey.
No.
See, it's only the workbench that I see.
Hey.
I cannot even say anything.
Just hold on. Just hold on. I hope we've learned a lot today in class. I hope we have learned plenty in class today. Let me know if you have learned something in class today. Anybody? Just hold on, please. I'm surprised that you say you can't see my whiteboard. Can you see my whiteboard now?
Bow.
Okay. I'm going to use yes to come up now. Just hold on. Just hold on. What can you see on my board? What can you see on my screen?
Nothing.
When did we get baby in class? Who said
Whiteboarding in progress.
It's your workbench that is still on my screen here.
Home page.
Your workbench.
Okay, so but some people can see what
I can't even see anything. No, I can't even see anything.
Oh,
So I can't even, in fact, nothing.
are you serious? Also done.
Just
hold on. Just hold on. We have just chapter 13 left to go, and it's just very simple chapter. It's not hard. So we should wrap this up in 30 minutes time, right? I just want to explain transaction control, and we move to what? Using 10 years to do. Get out. All right, just give me a minute. 1 minute, 1 minute. Can you see my whiteboard now? Anybody? Can anybody see my whiteboard?
No, I can't.
no.
You can see my image, right? You can see my video.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes, I can see your video.
No.
Hey.
Oh, sorry, we are together.
Your
I can see video of
image
you.
is not moving.